around. Kemar Hart can seam the ball. If he gets the ball in the right area, Dwayne Smith could be dismissed. Having said that, left to be seen.
He's a good medium pacer. I've seen him on several occasions. Does a bit with the ball. Bowls straight at the stumps.
Yes, Andrew, when he comes back in the depth, he usually bowls some pretty serious Yorkers. Up at your club, St. Catherine, he really put on an excellent display against Pickwick. He dragged them back after Shape Hope, threatened to get away and bowl some lovely Yorkers to really uproot that lower order.
So already a big crowd gathered. We expect several more to come to Weymouth. The weather's good in Barbados, lots of sunshine. Hart has been spot on so far.
Bang on target, but Dwayne Smith is with him, Andrew. Dwayne Smith is with him. He's taking his finals very seriously, very resolute in defense, full defense forward. Looking really to set the tone for the YMPC team. He knows how important his wicket is. Ashley Nurse knows how important his wicket is as well. As we said, 2 slips waiting and Hart operating just about that 4th stump area. Good contest, good battle here, Andrew.
It is indeed. Different length, fuller. This has been a good start by Hart. And as you said, such is the importance of getting the wicket off Smith. They've got 2 slips in, so they would love to get him early. And they had a chance too in the first over.
Yes, they certainly did. As we said, Devon Phillips putting down that catch, and you will back Devon Phillips to take that every time. He's been brilliant at point, but it is the occasion. The finals matters. He's put it down. Dwayne Smith is still at the crease.
So Hart hasn't conceded a run in this over. I also think that on this good pitch for batting, Smith recognises that Hart has bowled well. He's been bang on target, just on top of that off stump. And we want to finish strongly here.
I can tell you what, Andrew, he can ill afford to miss his length, though. Based on his field, he has a 3rd man and a deep backward square. I don't think Dwayne Smith will look to take on that pull, but if he over pitches, I guarantee you there will be a lofty stroke.
Good tight first over from Hart and Maiden at the end of 2. Bayview Hospital, they're 9 without loss.
Yes, Andrew, so, it could be a bit of a problem. If GLADIOLA continue to rein in Dwayne Smith, put in those good deliveries, ask him questions, force him to play outside of his remit, how he would like to play today, it could work in their favour. Let's not forget, the YMPC team, they depend heavily on him, albeit that Kemar Smith has had a good season so far, getting just about 242 runs, averaging at just about 24. Most of the bulk of the batting, you have to say, is Dwayne Smith, Kemar Smith, and Kemal Smith as well, who's done a fair bit. So the challenge again, Andrew, is who will partner Dwayne Smith, who will get YMPC off to the start that they need.
Lovely shot to get off the mark. That's going to go a long way out towards the boundary. And we'll get there as well. Very well played by Kelman.
Yes, very well played. Deft touch, Andrew. I'm a bit confused though. The piece of Otley so far, we've seen some 5 deliveries on about the off stump, just to say off something short and giving the batter's arms, and he has that protection on the leg side. So this certainly can't be the plan. He should really be attacking the stumps. Another free delivery really outside the off stump, and Kelman obliging.
Yes, he's been a bit short. He's been a bit weird with his first over. Cost 9, and the first ball of his second, already a boundary conceded. He's now put the short 3rd man in. They found the piece, of course, a player that would have represented the West Indies at the junior level and batted very well in the semi-finals against Pickwick.
Circumspect is Dwayne Smith again, Andrew. we're accustomed to see him dashing at those types of deliveries. Just a gentle punch down to long on. He's up for this fight today. He's looking to set the tone for YMPC, not being reckless. Can Gladiola capitalize on this?
Reminds you of the innings that he played against Wildy. Very measured. Oh, that's going to go a long way out towards the boundary. Went pretty close to slip. It'll get there. It goes for 4.
Is that a chance, Andrew?
Went like pretty close to Ashley Nurse at slip, and we know he's a good fielder.
Usually is a good slipper. We have to see that on the monitor. That certainly looked like a chance. Somehow managed to split keeper Randy Thomas and Ashley Nurse at slip, possibly guilty of standing a bit wide. We have to wait on the replay.
Yeah, I think Kelman might have been undone by the bounce generated by Bca. Now that's poor bowling, and that's been punished. That goes for 4. That's a nothing delivery.
Yes, Andrew, I say it again, I don't understand his tactics. He has a long on in place, he has a deep mid wicket, and he's bowling short outside of the yard stump. All Raymond Kelman and Dwayne Smith have to do is pierce the infield. They're not being asked to take any chances outside the yard stump. Again, Raymond Kelman obliges a wonderful punch just to the left, I have to say, of that cover fielder. 4 more runs to the YMPC team. They're going along steadily here at the moment.
They are indeed looking pretty good. That's a much better delivery. There was a great deal more purpose to that last delivery, but still another expensive over. Bca has in fact conceded 22 runs from his 2 overs at the end of 3. Bayview Hospital YMPC are 23 without loss. So 3 overs gone then, Jamal. So far, YMPC looking good.
Yeah, measured approach, particularly from Dwayne Smith. This over against Kimar Hart will be interesting. Will Kimar just get a trifle fuller to create a more attacking length and give Dwayne Smith that option of probably going over the mid-off region, probably inducing an edge? We have to see. So far it's been cat and mouse, just about that good 4 or 5 meter length rather. Dwayne Smith defending resolutely. We see as he continues now.
Well, Hart's first over was a maiden. He starts his second. Some pace. Umpire Shamar Boyce signals a wide. Young man, in fact, just 24 years old, and tells me that he wants to make umpiring a career. He's from St. Lucie, north of the island. Very lovely man as well. He's got Kareem Tate with him, and he's a bit older. He's 10 years older. He's actually 34. School teacher, so of course he knows about discipline. But Smith has had 10 from 11 balls so far. But I certainly agree with you in terms of the approach of Smith here. He wants to bat deep here, and we want to get his side a big score here.
Yes, as I said, you know, YMPC, I did say in the analysis 2 days ago on CBC that YMPC is a bit top heavy. So Dwayne Smith is always aware of that. Having said that, Kimar Hart so far has bowled a pretty good length. Remember, we said in the pitch report, we can see it here. I don't know if the viewers can see it, but there is a appreciable grass more around that 4 meter, 5 meter length at this end. So Kimar Hart will get a bit of nip. So Dwayne Smith quite rightly being a bit circumspect.
That's a good shot. Crunton drive over extra cover. That's gone for 4. Well played, Kelman.
Yes, Andrew, that attacking length, he did get full on that occasion, possibly relaxing because he's been bowling most of his deliveries to Dwayne Smith. But I can tell you this, if he gives Raymond Kelman any length, anything in that area, as evidence just now, he will put that away. That was a ferocious drive through that extra cover region. 4 more runs to the credit of YMPC. This is a very, very, very good start here in the finals. As we see it on the monitor now, a lovely flowing drive by Kelman.
Oh, it was very well played. His highest score so far in this competition, 56. much better length on that occasion. And that 56 game against Isolation Cavaliers. Dwayne Smith with some good scores in this competition. 113, 85, 71, 68, 64, and 63. So that will give you some indication as to the importance and the dominance of Dwayne Smith in this Bayview Hospital YMPC side. Also has over 500 runs in this competition.
So Andrew, we've seen so far that since Hart has been in operation to Kelman, he's opted to be just that bit fuller. Saw that lovely flowing drive on that occasion, and again, Kelman looking for that drive. So Hart just attacking Kelman just a bit more. You have to be careful here. Kelman is no slouch with the bat.
Just keen to pull his length back, having been driven over cover for 4. So far, it's been pretty good for him. You're certainly right about Kelman, an attacking player, a little man with a big punch. So he'll end the over with a single. 4 gone. Bayview Hospital YMPC choosing to bat their 30 without loss.
Yeah, a good over from the perspective of the YMPC team, Andrew. The run rate stands at just about 7.5. No, not by any means have YMPC run away, but what they've done well so far is they've kept the wickets intact, and they're looking to set a total, and this is good because they will ask questions of Ashley Nurse. He'll have to rotate his bowler, certainly from the Pisa's end and this northern end. He'll have to make a bowling change. It looks like it will be the left-arm spin of Matthew Jones, possibly to operate in the same vein that Ashley Nurse would have wished the Pisa to operate in, which is attacking the stumps. You're showing me something here on the what are you showing me, Andrew?
We've got the dancing girls. They were here very early this morning, going through their routine, and they are in fine form. Wonderful to see them. Good to see the dancing girls in green and gold and black. So Matthew Jones, left-arm spinner, son of a former Barbados cricketer Ricky Skeet, who was a brilliant keeper. He's got 10 wickets in the competition, and he'll bowl his first ball. We start over number 5. Tell me a bit about Jones. How good is he?
I think he's a very, very good player. He actually obviously came over from the Carlton team. He attacks the stumps, bowls a very full length, wily left arm spinner. Not much spin, really and truly. He really gets into the surface or attack.
That's gone through cover. That will go for 4. Kelman is a dangerous batsman, and he finds the boundary again.
It's most certainly dangerous. If it's one thing that Jones can be guilty of, Andrew, as evidence on that occasion, is that he tends to bowl a bit quickly. Kelman just had to put his hands through that delivery. 4 more runs to his credit. This is a really good start from the YMPC team. You see it here on the monitor. Just really going through that shot, Andrew. Just going through the shot. Pace offered, length offered. Beautiful execution. Andrew, just an observation here as well with this GLADIOLA team. If they're kept out in the sun for these 20 overs and the YMPC rotate, they can be running a bit ragged. There are a couple of older guys out there, guys with a bit of girth, as we like to say, Andrew, and that might not necessarily be as fit.
Yeah,
let's see what
they
happens
look for
here
2 here. Will they come for the second? They will, and get it comfortably.
Yes. Matthew Jones really just had to cover about 25. It's say 25 to 30 meters or so, he couldn't stop these guys from getting 2 runs. That could be a factor as well. Dwayne Smith will be aware of all these parameters. Andre can guarantee you that. You see he's reining himself. He's looking to set himself a big target, and Raymond Kelman is going along so nicely as well. YMPC really, at the moment, have a firm grip on this contest.
Yeah, they're going along quite nicely here. Another single, good intelligent batting, just working the ball in the onside, up to mid-wicket for 1. As we said, when we look at the scores of Dwayne Smith, he's been brilliant with his batting. 5 overs gone now. Smith continues to look good. 37 loss. Time for change of commentators. Nikhil Umchandani comes a calling, and with him, Barry Wilkinson.
Yes, so far, a very, very good start from the YMPC team in terms of keeping their wickets together. Remember, we said they are a bit top heavy as a unit, so they have to go about their business very carefully in the first proceedings, certainly the first 6 overs, choosing to be more circumspect rather than the explosive nature of these 2 players. So they're quite aware of the occasion, and they're going along rather nicely at 37 without loss. As we welcome Nikhil Umchandani all the way back from Sharjah. Nice to see you. No jet lag, Nikhil.
Thank you very much, Jamal. And what a tournament this has been. Culminates now to just 2 sides, YMPC and, of course, Gladiola, who are still unbeaten in this competition. That's been fantastic to see. Jamal's going to hand over to Barry Wilkinson. Good day to you, Barry.
Hello to you, Nikhil, and hello to all of our viewers, of course, on Flow Sports and the World Wide Web. Thank you so much for that. What a beautiful day it has been so far. And the Bayview Hospital YMPC have surgically entertained. So we're going to see the talent of Stefan Griffith. He's been so highly talked about. Don't know how much you've seen of him, Nikhil, but he definitely has some pace.
Yeah, seen quite a bit of him this season, and in terms of the wicket taking, he's been a standout for them. 14 wickets. He's picked up 2 consecutive 4-wicket hauls as well.
Another single. Are they going to look for 2? Yes, they do. So this is good running between the wickets. He had 4 for 25 against UWIA. He had 4 for 33 against Yorkshire, and he had 4 for 30 against Pickwick. So he's had 3 consecutive. Oh, correction, that was Devon Phillips. So yeah, 2.
Yeah, those 2, especially the one against UEA, I think the consistency in which he hit that good length area, that 6-meter length specifically, is what stood out to me. And he has that extra height as well.
That's a full toss, though. A product of the St. Leonard's Boys' School in Barbados. He's been hand-picked by Ashley Nurse almost. Absolutely beautiful day here, and what a crowd we've got.
I think the fact that you have the cricket on Flow Sports as well, massive when you look at the fact that the region is able to access this. I think this could be one of the best tournaments in the region in terms of T20 cricket.
I agree with that. Another good delivery. And what is noticeable, Nikhil, is that Dwayne Smith, he was dropped earlier, but since then, I think he's decided to himself he's not going to push it. He's going to try and bat as long as possible, looking to play that responsible kind of innings.
I think YMPC have worked out the blueprint, Barry, in terms of batting first in this competition. I mean, it's something that they're very comfortable doing. 8th time now in this tournament that they've batted first. And Smith knows exactly how he wants to go about things. He knows the importance of him and the importance of them getting 150 plus.
That's hit well. That's gone for 4. Well played, Dwayne Smith. It was pitched up. He lunged forward, took his time, and picked the spot for another boundary.
Yeah, he will be very aware of the situation, knowing that Raymond Kelman, who's a much more expressive player early on, the fact that he's still there gives him that bit of a luxury to, I think, take his time a bit more until that 10th over that halfway stage. But when he gets gifts like that, in the slot, half volley, mid-off and mid-on, both in the circle, just too easy for him.
Yeah,
they need his wicket, that's for sure.
He's got to rethink his line and length here. That one is gone. That's gone for 4 more. Or is it 6? It's gone all the way. Dwayne Smith beginning to open his shoulders. His first 6. And YMPC are the ones that are smiling all the way to the bank at the moment.
Yeah, second time now he's missed his length. And it is a bad miss because he's got both mid-on and mid-off up. Deep backward square is the fielder outside the circle on the onside. So I think the plan is to go into the pitch to Smith, try to get him with that hook shot. But of course, when you're bowling to a man with this ability, nerves tend to play a part. Anxiety. It's a packed crowd here at Weymouth.
He's a newcomer. Despite all the talent we've talked about, he's virtually a newcomer to cricket. 50 partnership, of course, with Kelman on 27, Smith on 20. One ball left in the over. 35 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. Dwayne Smith will end the over with a single. I think that might be a leg by, is it? Looks to me like it's bat. No, it's actually a leg by. So, what a good start we have here. The par score at Police, 153. 153, the par score. We're not saying that they're going to surpass that because stranger things have happened. But with the start and with the platform we have here by Dwayne Smith and Kelman, it looks very promising. That one has a big, thick edge, and that's going to go into the boundary for 4 more. The third man is extremely wide, and 4 more runs. 4 more runs allowing the total now to be pushed up to 55. How many balls in this over?
Well, there was a no ball in the over. I think there was a free hit. Just trying to rectify that, but that's why I think you have these additional deliveries. And not great from a YMPC perspective. Well, sorry, from a Gladiola perspective, I should say.
That's another big swing. That's going to go for 4 more runs. What an over. 3 4s and a 6. And BW Gladiola will be ruined that over. So we've got 56 without loss after 6 overs. And YMPC are the ones that are looking so well set in the final of the Bca T20 here in Bridgetown, Barbados at the Weymouth Ground. Police, if you know Barbados well, we are literally on the outskirts of Bridgetown. We can see the Queen Elizabeth Hospital from this vantage point. Just in front of us, a stone's throw away, is the legendary Queen's Park Cricket Club, one of the most legendary clubs in Barbados. And we are on a pitch and a ground that also has some history. In 2008, the very first T20 final was actually played here in the Kingdom.
Interesting power play. It's gone the way of YMPC massively. They're going over 10 runs and over, and they haven't been able to get the key wicket of Smith. But if you watch this YMPC team throughout the season, they've always had massive fight backs in the middle overs because of the amount of spin they bowl. We haven't seen Ashley Nurse just yet. He will be vital. But the main thing will be to get that wicket of Smith, as we know. But something for you, Barry, is when they bowl first in this tournament, they've kept teams to 125 Gladiola. So they always are able to come back into this game. But it's a final, and you're chasing as well. Pressure.
Yeah, you're right. The thing about it is, perhaps you have the stats, but I'm not quite sure Gladiola have chased anything too big this season. Against Windward, in that particular match, I can't remember the score.
I think 193 was what they chased.
193 is what they chased. I think that was the biggest. So Jones to continue, Smith to continue. And that's a good delivery. That's where you want to bowl to Dwayne Smith in terms of the length. The line was fine, but that length was just where you want to bowl to Dwayne Smith.
Yeah, Jones has been an important addition for this Gladiola side this season, both ball and bat. So these 3 overs remaining will be critical.
It's a beautiful shot. Just 1 run though.
Yeah, the sublime touch of Dwayne Smith at 40 years old. First ever man to score over 500 runs in 2 seasons of this competition. And still, somehow, some way, looks just so easy on the eye when he plays against opposition across this tournament. 5 half centuries. He's already got the 62 ball 100 against Wildy, one of the best teams we've seen. He'd be hungry for more though on a big stage.
Down the leg side, he's got to watch that. Got to watch that line. That leg step line is one that he doesn't want to really stray on. Luckily for him, Kelman did not capitalize.
And the longer Kelman bats, I think the more Smith can afford to just push things around. He's 21 from 18 deliveries, so strike rate not where we're used to seeing it from him, but he's playing the situation really well.
Just another single again. And you don't mind if you're a YMPC fan, you don't mind these singles because they're getting the 4s and the 6s in between and they're taking advantage of some of the loose bowling. Should be another run again. I think they've got a plan here, Nikhil. They've got a plan. Jones has been the better bowler, so they're going to milk him and perhaps take advantage of the loose stuff we've seen so far from Griffith.
I wonder when captain goes back to Kemar Hart, and probably you'll see him at the back end of the innings.
A little bit of appeal there for LBW. Very, very optimistic appeal.
Yeah, Kemar Hart and Stefan Griffith have been the 2 main wicket takers. The fact that Griffith has been so expensive, I think, really sets them back. But of course, they'll look to someone like Cody Miller for this breakthrough. End of the 7th over, 66 for none.
66 for none, Bayview Hospital. For those who don't know, just next to the YMPC ground, the major sponsor of the club.
I think it just shows how much of the importance, I should say, of starting with a certain intensity in T20 cricket, especially in the field. That chance that they dropped in the first over, had they got Dwayne Smith, given the form that we've seen him in, you just wonder how vital that could be in the context of this game. But you have to forget that. A long way to go, and this is where they get back, the spin.
I'm just wondering, when will we see Ashley Nurse? When will we see Ashley Nurse? When is he going to come into the attack? Well, there it is. He's about to come on now. Has he come on belatedly, in your opinion, Nikhil?
No, I think the situation outside of the power play is probably best for him. Given the success that they have with their seamers and the new ball, don't fault Nurse for using his 4 overs now, especially with Griffith being expensive. I think Nurse may have a bigger part to play in the last 5 overs than he's done this season.
Well, I think this is going to be a very critical passage of play for BW Gladiola.
I think the one I'm surprised about is no Cody Miller into the attack as yet.
Yes.
18 wickets this season, the most for them, and they haven't opted for him.
Smith tugged that. Not the kind of shot you would invite the schoolboy to see. I think Cody Miller might come from the next end. I think that might be the plan.
Got 2 deep, well 3 I should say, on the onside, 2 square sweeping.
That's a big shot. Going once, going twice, sold for 6. It's gone.
Well, if you've seen Raymond Kelman in this now 43 that he scored, he loves to drive the ball down the ground. I'm not sure about the plan in terms of bowling full to him. We've seen it with the seamers. I thought Nurse may pull his length back, but instead he's gone full and he's paid the price.
Yeah, you pay the price when you're going to overpitch. And Raymond Kelman, not known to be any big form this season. He's only had 1 big score, 56. Other than that, he's been disappointing. But the confidence that he got from that last match against Wildy has served him so well in this tournament, especially at a crucial time. Just nudging it to that man on the 45.
I think they need Cody Miller into the attack. Has to be the next over, given the situation of this game. It's not slipping away just yet, because we've seen this Gladiola side, they will fight back. They keep them to 160. It's chaseable at police.
I thought he would have taken advantage of that gift. It looked like a gift to me.
I think with Kelman, the way he's striking the ball, Dwayne Smith needs to ensure that he remains at the crease. You're only in the 8th over. If you can bat another 5 overs, it just instills so much confidence in that YMPC side. We've seen the likes of Xavier Trotman and others in the middle order come to the fray. They've got Kemar Smith. So if Dwayne Smith, that is, stays there to the 12th or 13th over, I think it generates a new confidence within that lower to middle order.
They're appealing for catch at the wicket. Umpire says no.
Yeah, much better from Nurse though, because when he goes flat and into the pitch, I think he's much harder for someone like Dwayne Smith to hit. But Smith will be eyeing that offside. He only has the deep cover and long off out, so that gap through extra cover is one he can access.
That's a good smash. High, hard and handsome, 6 more.
That is vintage Dwayne Smith. And what a way to end the over as well. Again, 2 full from Nurse. And they've put one of their better bowlers in Ashley Nurse, again under some pressure very early. 14 runs from the over, 80 for none after 8. Scintillating start.
Yeah, really good start. And I think at this particular stage, BW Gladiola must be saying, first things first, they ruled that chance that they had to get Dwayne Smith out when he was easily put down. And then how are they going to get a wicket? What is the strategy?
Yeah, for me it has to be Cody Miller. I'm not sure why he's not coming into the attack. He's on the deep mid-wicket boundary at the moment. I'm seeing Martin Nurse with the ball in hand, so there is some chess being played by the 2 captains. Another look at that. Early in the over, that was the one that went past the outside edge, and they were very confident, Gladiola, but didn't get the umpire's decision.
So Jones to continue. Kelman again on the go. Very good fielding.
And Ashley Nurse is very experienced. We've seen, first of all, the amount of international matches he's played for the West Indies, but then also the professional T20 encounters, the CPRs, etc. He will know that this quick start can definitely be reined in. Wickets will be critical, but also keeping them as close to 6 runs and over in the middle overs as possible, I think will be vital. If they can get a few tight overs here, you build some pressure, especially on Dwayne Smith, who's only striking at 120. I say only because by his standard, he's had such a dominant season.
You're right, but I think the last game showed a lot where he decided he's going to bat through. He got 63 not out in that game against Wildy, and he decided that's going to be his strategy for the final as well. So far, so good. Kelman stealing another single.
So far, this has been a win, a small win for the Gladiola side. The fact that you bring on a part-time in Martin Nurse, trying to sneak, it's actually Matthew Jones, but you're trying to sneak a very tight over in, trying to regain some control of the situation. It's a bit of a gamble going for Jones before the 10th over, because he's now already bowled 3, given the importance of him to the plan. But if you get a couple overs under 6 runs and over, all of a sudden, the pendulum just swings in your favor. And one thing you love about cricket in Barbados, at the club level, you see the fan support, you see how many people are at the boundary, shouting advice to Ashley Nurse and the Gladiola side.
That's a typical Barbados thing. You know, you grow up playing cricket in Barbados, you always have what you call spectator coaches. I think Jones has really bowled well. 3 overs costing just 14 runs, Nikhil. And when you look at the total is 83 without loss, to concede only 14 is actually very, very good stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And the main thing there, he's bowled 8 dots. So he's kept things really tight. But I think because of the good start YMPC have had, they may have just forced the hand of Gladiola a bit. I don't think they would have wanted to bowl 3 from Matthew Jones before we get into the 10 over period. But it just shows the importance of wickets. And only 1 over for Ashley Nurse. It's going to be another bowling change. Partnership up to 83. These 2 have been really good for this YMPC side throughout the season. 2 gutsy wins. Remember, they only finished 3rd in Zone B. They've had to fight hard to be in this final. beat Windward in a thrilling finish, and then, of course, against Wildy, not many would have had them, Barry, to come out of that encounter. They did it in a super over. Just shows that unwavering attitude to fight.
Devin Phillips now. Good cricket again. Good cricket between Kelman and Smith. Not trying to go brute force. Not trying to slug everything. We've seen a side to Raymond Kelman that we don't usually see with Raymond Kelman. Oh, he's trapped him on the pad.
Yeah, look how far Phillips is bowling from behind the crease. Just trying to ensure he doesn't get too full. We've already seen Smith strike 2 massive blows down the ground.
He's got 10 wickets this season, bowling in the middle. So this is obviously a good game plan. Should be another single. Oh my goodness me. You can't afford that. You cannot afford that with runs leaking. You're actually helping the batsman when you do that.
Yeah, it just rubs salt in the wounds, really. But again, awkward bounce. And they've actually placed that long on left of screen a lot straighter because of that dominance down the ground we've already seen. But when you have the fielder there and he still makes the misfield, doesn't really help your cause as a bowler.
That should go all the way, should it? There's a fielder down there. Gets around. Scattering among the pigeons.
Yeah, they need to find a way. This is a riveting start from YMPC. I know they like to use Cody Miller at the back end of the innings, but I just feel on a day like today, in a final with the crucial nature of runs on the board, you need to necessarily go to him a bit early. He's got 18 wickets for them this season.
I don't think he was threaded into man-cat there. I just think he didn't have the ball grip properly. Oh, neat, very neat by Dwayne Smith.
But even after that boundary in the misfield, you look at the last 11 deliveries, they've only conceded 11 runs. So they're trending in the right direction to pull things back.
You're right.
But you need that wicket after the pressure build.
You're right. That's smashed in the air, but there's a fielder out there. And you're right, Nikhil. They are trending in the direction to try and get this run rate reduced. But I don't think they're going to stop the bleeding unless you get a wicket now. 10 overs gone. The latest here in this game is 92 without loss.
Yeah, the grand finale in this Bca T20 Cup, and the first 10 overs have belonged to the YMPC side. 92 on the board, and head coach Roddy Estwick will have some work to do if they want to regain control of proceedings.
So we're going to have a double change in commentary. Andrew Mason is going to be joined by Jamal Smith. The cheerleaders are indeed making their presence felt. The cheerleaders are indeed making their presence felt. The atmosphere is just simply electric here in Bridgetown, Barbados. So Andrew Mason is going to come with his Jamal Smith. Hello to Andrew. I hope you're enjoying the coverage and enjoying, of course, what has turned out to be a really good match. Your cheerleaders are on, and they're certainly making their presence felt.
Well, I'm certainly enjoying the dancing girls in green, in black and in gold, and having a fantastic time here at Weymouth. Tremendous atmosphere, and one must compliment the Barbados Cricket Association having the vision to stream the games. Of course, they say vision is the art of seeing things invisible. what we have seen so far in this match, it has been a complete bit of domination coming from the Bayview Hospital YMPC, led of course by Dwayne Smith, the only batsman in this competition with over 500 runs, and Raymond Kelman with Smith on 37, Kelman on 48, 92 without loss, 10 overs gone, and very easy to work out the run rate, joined by Jamal Smith. First 10 overs gone, clear advantage to Bayview Hospital YMPC.
Yes, advantage certainly in terms of not losing any wickets, and obviously their talisman being the agent Smith, he's still there standing on 37 from 32 balls. I just got the sense that Ashley Nurse got very, very defensive, and he went against his nature. Let's look at the GLADIOLA stats, for instance. We have Corey Miller, who has 18 wickets, Andrew, with an economy of just about 6 and over. He's not been introduced yet. Certainly he'll have to come into the back end of the innings, but one just wonders if, as a genuine wicket taker this season, if he couldn't be utilised to try to get Dwayne Smith out. Raymond Kelman, he's been going along nicely as well, very nicely actually, tallying some 48 runs so far, played some lovely strokes. I mean, albeit there was a bit of 1 or 2 swishes in there, but that's the way Raymond Kelman plays, that's his nature, and these two have really set the tone for Bayview YMPC. 92 without loss. Ashley Nurse and the GLADIOLA sides, they have a lot of questions to answer as we go into the back half of this innings.
Well, it's going to be Matthew Jones to start over number 11. He's going to bowl to Kelman. Bayview Hospital YMPC with visions of making a big one here. And he's been given. So, doesn't like the decision, coming forward, out leg before, casual shot. Umpire Tate had a look. So finally something happening for the BW GLADIOLA. They get the first wicket, 92 for 1.
I have to sit down on the monitor, Andrew, but the initial reaction from Matthew Jones, the bowler, he actually ran away to try to stop YMPC from getting a single, suggested to me that he didn't think that delivery was on the stump. Raymond Kelman certainly doesn't think so. My initial impression was he was probably struck somewhere just outside the off stump. We'll have to wait on the monitor, on the replay, to see if umpire Tate got that one right. But nevertheless, YMPC, they've lost their first wicket now. Raymond Kelman, he's very aggrieved, hands all over the place, but he has to go for a well-played 48, and we'll have to wait on the replay.
Yeah, he looks disappointed at the decision, just taking the gloves off in a very aggressive manner, came forward, might have thought he got outside the off stump. The appeal was more of an inquiry, it was not a vociferous appeal by any stretch of the imagination.
A polite inquiry, Andrew?
I would say so.
It was very polite indeed. So we'll have to see that on the monitor to give our impressions. Still waiting for it to be queued up.
So the new batsman coming to the crease is the keeper, Xavier Trotman. Short man with a lot of weight on him. 155 runs in the competition so far. So, BW GLADIOLA getting the first wicket. But he's off the mark. First ball. I'm told that he's a pretty big hit of the ball. A big man he is. But of course, Dwayne Smith is still there. They need this wicket, and they need it badly. Smith has been very quiet in this innings, because when you look at his stats, he's faced 37 balls. Make that 33, he's got 37. So you get the feeling he's in for the long haul here, Dwayne Smith. We'll get a single. Very quiet in his batting so far.
I have to say, Andrew, Jones has done some reasonably good work so far on the day, and some 3.4 overs for 16 runs, bowling wicket to wicket, bang on target. Only that one delivery really that Kelman played a lovely cover drive too, that he was guilty of being loose.
He's bowled him. Beautifully bowled indeed. Wonderful piece of cricket. Lovely delivery. Trotman goes. Double strike by Jones. And BW Gladiola happy. It's now 94 for 2.
Yeah, just said it, Andrew. Jones in operation, attacking the stumps, left arm off the dots or thereabouts. Doesn't really spin the ball as much. Let's attack the sticks. New batter, Trotman in his leggers for just about 10 overs. Having a look at proceedings, and Jones bang on target. That delivery looking like it cannoned in to the middle of the leg stump. I have to say though, Andrew, a poor shot selection from Trotman just going across that delivery, and that's the lack of experience. And we see now Kemar Smith to the crease as we're seeing the replay here now. Or are we? But nevertheless, Andrew, Jones bang on target, doing a very, very good job for the Gladiola side. 2 wickets in quick succession now to just pull the YMPC team back a bit. 94 for 2, Andrew. Now, how do you see it? This partnership between Kemar Smith and Dwayne Smith is critical.
Very critical indeed, there's no doubt about it. And in terms of Smith, of course, we're talking about Dwayne Smith. His wicket is a big one. As we said earlier, we've had a situation where the left-arm spinner, Jones, has picked up some 12 wickets in the match so far, make that 12 wickets in the competition, and has looked pretty good. He's been very good in this over, an over in which some 2 wickets fell, and he's finished with 4 overs, no winners, 2 for 16, and 11 gone. Bayview Hospital YMPC 94 for 2.
Yes, Matthew Jones doing his job, Andrew. 4 overs, 4 16 runs, 2 wickets, getting the dangerous Raymond Kelman, and then removing, you have to say, the inexperienced Trotman just going across that delivery there. So just a bit of respectability from a Gladiola perspective now. 2 wickets, as we see Devon Phillips, he's still in operation. The man guilty of dropping Dwayne Smith in the first over. He has a lot to make up for as he will continue from that southern end to Dwayne Smith. What's he now, Andrew? We make him 38 from 34. Very circumspect indeed.
He is indeed very circumspect. But I suppose when you look at the competition, he recognizes that his wicket is so very important.
Yes, Andrew, and it certainly is important. We've not really seen any expansive strokes. He's really played high percentage shots today. A couple of lofts over the infield within the power play. Really batting with him himself, possibly setting up for an onslaught from over 16 to 20 if he can get there. The Gladiola, they have to do their best to remove Kemar Smith or Dwayne Smith, really break this partnership, because this will set the tone going to the back end of the game, certainly in terms of what YMPC can get.
And often after you pick up a couple of wickets, there's that slowing of the momentum. Oh, beautifully bowled indeed. We'll get a second, but might have been deceived by the arm ball. It was beautifully bowled, got the outside edge.
I dare say that all our arm balls, Andrew, he's not known to be a big spinner of the ball. He just normally just pushes it through. What he does well, though, is he varies his length and his pace, and he's been doing that quite well today.
Yeah, this is an important partnership. You're right about this. BW Gladiola would love to try and pull it back here, having picked up 2 wickets in the last over. Jones has been good for them. But they need this man. And he recognizes the importance of his wicket. And he's been very solid, very studious, very calculated today. We'll get a run here, down to short third man. He would want to bat very, very deep in the sentence, there's no doubt about that. So, 12 gone. Bayview Hospital YMPC, they're 99 for 2.
Very interesting period here from a Dwayne Smith perspective, Andrew. Let's set the scene for the viewers. Ashley Nurse has not gone to his champion bowler for the season in Corey Miller. He's not bowled a single delivery yet. Ashley Nurse himself, he may have to come back into the attack. Young Bca, he was not as impressive as you'd like, and you're wondering, Andrew, in the back of your mind, which bowler will Dwayne Smith be targeting in the back end of this innings? Is it Ashley Nurse? Is it Bca? Is it even Corey Miller? Perhaps is that the reason why he's not bowled as yet? Ashley Nurse trying to keep him away from Dwayne Smith. At some point in time, there will have to be signs of an onslaught from Dwayne Smith. So there's still a tricky period for him as well, because he can't afford to give his wicket away, but he has to advance the cause of the YMPC team, and he has to also partner his brother and allow for rotation so that his brother can get into the game as well, Andrew. So a very interesting proposition here in the next 2 or 3 overs in terms of where Ashley Nurse goes, who he turns to, and certainly how Dwayne Smith progresses throughout the back end of this innings.
Well, it's Javonte Bca back. His first 2 overs cost as many as 22. And he'll bowl to Dwayne Smith, who was 40 from 37 balls. We start over number 13. We'll look for a second here, and we'll get it comfortably. Good aggressive running. So the 100 has come up on the board now for Bayview Hospital YMPC. In over number 13, they're going at a rate of 8.3. First 5 overs, some 37 runs came. The second 555. The first 50 and 35 balls, the second in 41. So Gladio, they've pulled it back a bit. Good bit of work at mid-wicket. Now, had that gone through Ashley Nurse, I rather suspect mid-wicket might not have been able to get across to stop that. So very good save indeed at mid-wicket. Just a single. In fact, they'll get a second, and they'll get it 2. So the 40-year-old running between the wickets.
Yeah, Andrew, I've just noticed a hint of variable bounce from this northern end. Just a hint. Remember, that is the end that does not have on as much grass in the goodish areas. It was from 7 meters or so all the way to the batter. That one just kept a little bit low with the previous delivery as well. So this could be interesting. The surface did look a bit dry, albeit that there's some live grass more towards the northern end.
Just a single. They might have had 2 there, given the fact that Ryan Nurse, who looks to me to be very well over 280 pounds, I may be generous, having to move from that backward square position to square leg. They might have even contemplated a 3rd. Instead, they got 1.
You can see, Andrew, that Kemar Smith, he's very keen on running those singles and twos. He's looking to get into a rhythm. He would know that he just can't come out and bludgeon the bowling, so to speak, particularly with that ball getting a bit softer and those variations coming in from the spinners. But Dwayne Smith obviously not inclined to run those short twos, so a bit of a contrast between the way that these two want to play.
Just a single. So much better over coming from Bca. In fact, an over in which 6 runs came as first, 2 costs 22. So we've now completed 13 overs. And slowing a bit. Bayview Hospital YMPC 106 for 2.
So Andrew, we have 7 left. What do we have here? Ashley Nurse, he has 4 in the bank. Devon Phillips, he has 2 in the bank. The young seamer Stephon Griffith, he didn't go well at all. He just bowled the 1 over for 23, and he usually is the go-to seamer for Ashley Nurse in terms of picking up wickets and slowing the pace. Kemar Hart, he has 2 overs as well. So the question is, who does Ashley Nurse finish with, and when does Dwayne Smith start this onslaught? Does he wait for one of these bowlers to come back, or the introduction of Corey Miller, who we've not seen, so he'll be immediately under pressure if he has to come in so late in this contest, and that's a critical factor because Corey Miller is a one-dimensional player in this unit. He's not a big fielder by any stretch of the imagination, or is he a batter? He's a genuine out-and-out bowler, and he's not been asked so far to bowl, so he'll be under some pressure as well.
So Phillips to continue, and that's it pretty straight by Dwayne Smith. I rather suspect that he's got to get onto his motorbike pretty soon, Dwayne Smith. The overs are running out.
he's a predator, Andrew. I dare say he's hunting. He's looking for that one weak link. Someone, be it this last over from the piece, if he comes out, be it an Ashley Nurse over or even a Corey Miller, he's looking for someone to take advantage of, Andrew.
But just a single. Well, he's at 47 from 43 balls and has had some pretty decent scores in this competition. 85 not out, 71, 68, 64, 63 not out, and of course 113, the only batsman in this competition with over 500 runs. And he's gone! Big wicket to get! A big wicket to get. Smith caught and bowled by Phillips, and that could be a big turning point in this match. Dwayne Smith departs.
Yes, has Devon Phillips redeemed himself here, Andrew? Let's not forget that it was Devon Phillips who was guilty of dropping Dwayne Smith in that first over at that point region. He has the reputation of being a giant killer, Andrew. I don't know if you remember, you did that Pickwick game. He also got Shea Hope out-stumped as well. He's known to be the giant killer. There he is again, from way behind the crease. Flighted delivery, Dwayne Smith threw the shot too early. Nice catch away to his left. And Devon Phillips, he'll be feeling redeemed, certainly in the context of this game. 108 for 3 now, Andrew. Let's remind our viewers that YMPC is a top-heavy team, so to speak. Their first 3 or 4 really do the bulk of the work. We're now into the middle of the innings as we see the introduction of Kemal Smith to partner Kemar Smith. The question now, Andrew, is do YMPC have enough left in the hut to get up to something north of 150 to pose something challenging in this final here for Gladiola to chase?
Yeah, I agree with your assessment. There's no doubt about it. And I suppose that Smith recognizes that he doesn't have a lot in the bank. So this is why he bats with a washpan of common sense, very measured, very studious. 47 from 44 balls, Kelman. 48 from 31 balls, but look at that, Trotman, just 2 balls. And this is an important partnership now, a bit of a twist to this game. BW Gladiola back in it, getting the big snapper, getting rid of Smith for 47.
Yes, a good period here for Ashley Nurse to probably look at his resources left and either reintroduce one of the bowlers that didn't go well or the Corey Miller. So this is a very good period as we see Ashley Nurse now on the attack, opting to go for that slip for Kemal Smith, and rightly so, as Devon Smith continues to plug away at this YMPC batting so far. Andrew, he's gone 2.3 overs for 15 runs, doing a very good job here in this big final.
Well, he's going to continue, and of course Smith is a big name. There's a Kemal is the brother of Dwayne Smith.
There's actually 2 Kemars.
In fact, there are actually 2 Kemars in the side. 2 Kemars playing cricket in Barbados. But Smith has bowled well. And they will get 1 and may come back for the second and we'll get it 2. This is the big outfield. And the ball was played slowly into the onside, down to that mid-wicket area. But what a turnaround in this match, really, because 2 things have happened in the last 4 or 5 overs. They've lost 3 wickets, and that rate is not as it was before. In fact, when you look at Smith, 47 from 44 balls.
Yes, Andrew, you're right. That rate was standing at 9.2 at the 10 over mark. It's now down to 7.55. Gladiola will be happy about this.
Good bit of work by Ryan Chickenburst Nurse in the cover.
That's actually Martin Nurse.
In fact, that's Martin Nurse.
I think today's his birthday as well.
Oh, today's his birthday.
He'll be 38 years, and Kemar Hart is his birthday as well today. So the Gladiola guys are celebrating their birthdays. They want to celebrate those birthdays with a cup.
So 13 gone. In fact, 14 overs gone now, 110 for 3. And start to look, Jamal Smith, at the kind of score that Bayview Hospital YMPC will be looking at. Those dancing girls, beautiful indeed, looking very fit in the sunshine of Weymouth. It's been a very hot day. Gold very much in evidence, black and of course green with those black and yellow stripes. They're having a good time. Of course, it's crop over time. The lines have started, and we are in crop over in Barbados. Carnival started early in this country. Of course, in other countries across the Caribbean it's Carnival, but in Barbados it's crop over. The pizza continues, and this is the stage now where the BW Gladiola team will want to squeeze them a bit, because that rate is now under 8. It's 7.76. We're into over number 15.
The key here, Andrew, will be rotation as we see Kimar Smith get that delivery up to the sweeper. Kimar and Kimal Smith, they have to probably look at this in blocks now in stages, possibly try to equal another 18 runs in the next 3, and then try to get after something in the back end. They have to be thinking about what target can they set now. But Gladiola now are in prime position to really arrest the run rate and drag this YMPC team back, as they've begun to do from the 10th over.
Yeah, you're right, because in fact when Dwayne Smith and Raymond Kelmer were batting, I think YMPC would have had visions of making, I would suggest, over 180.
They've only scored 19 runs in the last 5 overs.
They've only scored 19 runs in the last 5 overs, and they've lost 3 wickets as well. And a boundary, poor fielding by the fielder up at that extra cover area on the boundary. You can't afford to do that. That goes for 4.
That's Phillips again, one of the better fielders on the field, so he's not been having a good day in the field. Certainly that he should have stopped that. That should only be 2 runs. But Kimal Smith, his first sign of aggression, got a delivery outside the off stump, was able to free those massive arms. Andrew, he's a very big guy. He looks like he pumps the good old iron. Should be able to give the ball a good clout.
Playing wrong that delivery. This is Kimar Smith. Kimar Smith is at the crease. So in this side, you've got Dwayne Smith, Kimar Smith, and Kimal Smith. But BW Gladiola, they've come right back into this game. They've not lost a game in this competition, so they know about winning. And ever since they've gotten the wicket of Dwayne Smith, they've pulled it back quite nicely. So 15 gone now, and this represents a pretty good show by the team that many favour to go on to win, but you never know. So 15 gone. Bayview Hospital YMPC winning the toss and batting. They won 15 for 3.
So Andrew, let me take you through the quality of batter here. Kimal Smith, he was able to get a 4 some 3 deliveries ago. He was unable to rotate the strike on 2 deliveries that arguably with a spread field, he should have been able to get deep inside his crease, knock the ball into the left or the right of the square leg and get that single and allow for that rotation and collect those extra runs, Andrew. And that is the challenge that Bayview YMPC have here now. Does Kimal Smith possess the quality to keep the strike rotated, to keep Kimar Smith rotating and taking over, keep him interested and get YMPC past that 150 mark to something that would be respectable enough to defend here this evening?
All right, so just about ready for a change of commentator. Nikhil comes a calling. Just waiting on Barry Wilkinson to come in. Nikhil joins me. Nikhil, what a turnaround so far in this match. The YMPC side doing pretty well, but they've lost their main batsman, and Gladiola able to pull it back.
Yeah, massive. They've only gone at 4 runs and over in these last 5 overs, the YMPC side, and they've lost 3 wickets. And that just shows you, I think, the clinical nature of this bowling lineup from a Gladiola perspective. They've done this all season. You look at the semi-final as well, with Pickwick, they were off to a flyer. Shea Hope got a 50, and then Gladiola came back into the game really well. Here, as they have another bowling change, we're going to see the Cody Miller, who's taken the most wickets for them this season, into the attack finally.
Yeah, good to get him back in, even if it's belated. But when we were last on, Nikhil, we spoke extensively about how BW Gladiola were trending in the right direction. It just goes to show if you can put pressure on teams, you're likely to get them under the pressure where they're going to lose. They've lost 23. They've lost 3 wickets for 23 runs in the last 5 overs. That's tremendous.
But I think we've seen this all season. Get back to that after this.
That's gone for 4. It just laboured. It was actually wide. I think it might have touched the pad of the keeper. And it's gone for 4 wide. So that's 5 all told. Welcome runs for Bayview Hospital YMPC.
I think this is why captain was so hesitant to go back with seam, because it just seems on this surface that spins is the harder of the 2 to hit in terms of for boundaries.
should get one. At this stage, though, you've got to be hustling. Got to take the first run fast. I'm not quite sure that the urgency is there as it should be.
Yeah, especially after losing those 2 wickets in quick succession. It just seemed to stun this YMPC side, but they will look to last week's, or the week before I should say, semi-final against Pickwick Barry.
That's a hit that's in the air. Chance for catch. Catch taken. Just hitting it straight to the man, and it was a very comfortable catch. Ashley Nurse taking it down there. He doesn't usually drop them. And YMPC have regressed once again.
This is what Gladiola do so well. If you watch them throughout the season, able to come back, and because of the experience, they didn't panic at 92 for none after the first 10 overs. Instead, stuck to their experience and just continued to create opportunities, and now they've taken them. Massive wicket, and YMPC will have to show a lot if they want to get to 160, which could be what you need to be competitive in this final.
So Smith goes for 6. 123 now for 4. And you will have to say that at this particular stage, Gladiola have fought their way right back into the game. And they've actually balanced it to make it to be a very competitive match now. It was one-way traffic when we were on earlier, but the last 5 overs they've strangled Bayview Hospital YMPC, and they need to be recuperated, you have to say.
Yeah, no Ramon Simmons for this YMPC side. He's currently with the West Indies Academy, and he's been someone that has been able to give them a bit of a cameo towards the back end of the innings. He's got 29 in the quarterfinal, that was pivotal. But this is exactly what Gladiola have done throughout the season, and it's been through Cody Miller. They're good running again to get 2, as Jadan Jones, who's come to the creases off the mark. But last week, similarly, Shea Hope got Pickwick off to a really fast start, and then Gladiola took 7 wickets for just 60 runs in 8.4 overs, and really came back into the game, restricted Pickwick to 156 and chased it successfully. This is similar in terms of the direction this game is heading.
Just another single there. We're not seeing the 4s and 6s that we saw when Dwayne Smith was batting so well with Raymond Kelman. It just goes to show that 1 wicket can really turn things around. We were saying that earlier, Nikhil. That wicket broke things, and it got things going well for YMPC. That one is hit high again. Hasn't gone far enough. Oh, what a catch. That's what you call stupendous reckoning, because he judged it really well. He was dipping away from him, and he dived to his left and pulled off a really good catch.
Excellent take in the deep, and it just shows Cody Miller. He has destroyed teams in the last 5 overs, and he's doing it again. 20 wickets for the season. Wasn't the first option to come into the attack, but he just finds a way. As a golden arm he's been this year, and it's an important wicket of the captain, Kemar Smith, gone for 9.
Let me say this to you, Nikhil. You look at the fact that YMPC, as you look back at that, he thought he hit that well enough. At YMPC, that would have gone for a 4, because they played 3s and 4s on the ground. Not so at this ground. But the point was made quite early that if Dwayne Smith gets out early, YMPC usually crumble. Could you have imagined if Dwayne Smith was out in that very first over the second ball, and you had this similar response? The YMPC batsmen really have to show their worth. That has been the fear about YMPC this season when Dwayne Smith gets out early.
He's a joint leading wicket taker now. With Chad Williams is Cody Miller, as he finishes his first over. Imagine he's just pulled 1 over, he's already picked up 2 wickets.
Nah, I
think
see
the key with
man.
YMPC though is, and look at that quarterfinal where both Smith, Kemar Smith and Raymond Kelman were dismissed early, and they found someone in Ramon Simmons to play a low order cameo for them. He got 29 on that day. It got them to 150, which they then were able to use their very strong bowling lineup to defend that total. They'll need something similar today. They need another valuable cameo if they're to get to that 150 plus. Maybe the bare minimum really, and because of the good start, they don't need to try too much. Shamario DePisa seems to be struggling. He's come off the field with that right shoulder after taking the catch. He's important with bat in hand.
That should have been a dot ball. In the end, it's a single. Well, actually, they're going to get two. This is good cricket from YMPC.
Jordan Jones has only got the 150 this year, and he's been, I think, inconsistent by his standards. This is the most important time, as really the last senior batter left in this side without Ramon Simmons. They need him to come good today. Even if it's 20, he needs to get a cameo just to push them to that 150. Remember, runs on the board in a final give you that 10 to 15 buffer, 10 to 15 run luxury. So they'll know that they have the requisite bowling to defend, but you want that psychological advantage of 150 plus.
Yeah, I said that, and as I said, the total here, the par is 148. So you've got 148, the par here at Police. Hopefully, they will surpass that. We want a competitive match. You don't want one-way traffic like yesterday in that game between Surgical Windward and Lords. We want to see a competitive game. Congratulations to Surgical Windward on winning the T20 plate. Glad that that game was a standalone match in the end.
I think it was remarkable to see Windward getting to the quarterfinals of this tournament and then, of course, winning in the plate. It shows that they have a lot of strength coming through their system. Extra fielder being employed in the onside. Matthew Jones has gone into a short square leg position, almost like a catching position. Now he's been taken out. And it's actually Martin Nurse who's at short fine leg inside the circle, and Jones is at straight mid wicket. They've packed the onside. I think the plan now is to force Bowen, who's now come to the crease, to hit into the onside and just suffocate this YMPC side, drying up the boundaries.
Corey Miller just one over. He's got 2 for 11. Very crucial over. Seems to be always brought on belatedly, but he picks up those wickets. It's a good smash. That's a good hit, but there's someone down there.
Phillips has been good with the way he's used the crease, bowling from a long way behind that front line, trying to just ensure he doesn't stray too full, because a couple of occasions he's paid the price. We saw it from Dwayne Smith earlier, and then he's made that adjustment. So intriguing to see how different bowlers find different ways to adjust, especially their length. Some can do it from the release. Someone like Phillips is using the crease really well. Into his 4th over, and even though he's gone for the 24 runs, has been able to get that crucial wicket of Dwayne Smith after putting him down very early on in the innings. Smoked that, but straight to the field. At the end of the 17th over, 132 for 5.
Yeah, 132 for 5. Really good to have persons around the region watching the commentary. Master Wesley Derry is indeed banking on YMPC, Bayview Hospital YMPC. Only 40 runs though in the last 8 overs with 5 wickets, and I think that's the disappointing aspect, that Dwayne Smith, Kelman, 47-48, but no one has been able to really capitalize upon that fantastic start. They were 83 without loss. With Marshall, Prasad and Davis in Bca T20 Cup, I can't really see them getting to 145, even 150 Nikhil. I think it's going to be a bit of a mission impossible.
Yeah, I think the key there was losing Captain Kemar Smith. You needed him to come to the party. He's got 250s in this tournament, but at times he hasn't scored. I think they've really struggled to get that 150 plus, but again, they've batted first a lot in this competition. This is the 8th time in this tournament, so they know how to defend totals with that bowling lineup. They really fight hard with their spin. I think if they get to 150, Barry, some way, somehow, this game is well and truly on.
That was boring to me on a wide delivery. I think the question is being asked by Gadsden Bowings if that might have been a wide. We have to compliment Police for the conditions. The conditions here have been very good.
It really is the perfect atmosphere for a game like this, of this magnitude. When you look around the ground, Bit of a misfield. They were thinking about the second, but decided wisely against it. When you look at the atmosphere, Barry, this is what you want all cricket in the country to be played in, because it adds that extra degree of difficulty, the nerves, the anxiety in such a big tournament like this. It'll do a lot for the younger players as well. Experience that they will remember for a long time.
The prize money is US $10,000, which is not a bad pay pack at all. That's a big hit. That's got to go all the way. 4 runs, just inside of the boundary rope. Almost went for 6.
Yeah, on this surface, the problem is when you go too short, because of the slow nature, Miller went pace off. It just gave Jadan Jones, who we mentioned has been inconsistent this season, it gives him enough time to see it and position it exactly where he wanted to be, and had to be very precise because there is a man at cow corner, but still was able to beat him for 4.
That's another good hit. That's going once, going twice, sold for 6 into the Harrison College playing field.
Maybe the
That's
biggest,
a good hit.
Sorry, Barry, maybe the biggest strike we've seen today. And Jadan Jones is that type of player. What a way to end the over, and you just feel, I think there's even another delivery in the over, but you just feel the momentum, the pendulum swinging back and forth. Miller again went pace on this time, but too full. Those smaller straight boundaries at police always play a part, especially for a big ball striker like Jadan Jones.
So we've got 143 for 5. Jones just moving on to 17. Got 2 overs are left. Or is it, sorry, yeah, 2 overs and 1 ball. What a tremendous atmosphere here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Just 1 ball left in the over. 148 the par total. They should definitely surpass that. But the conditions have been very, very good. I say that considering that this outfield is not known to be as flat. There are some bumps, but we've seen a pretty smooth outfield so far.
Quite surprised that we haven't seen Kemar Hart come back into the attack, and he'll have to bowl the next over if he wants to finish his quota. His first 2 overs inside the power play just went for 6 runs. He bowled a maiden as well. So that was a pace on option that they had at their disposal, but instead they went for their wicket taker, who's bowled and operated predominantly at this phase of the game, but he's been expensive, Corey Miller. He's gone at 12 runs and over, even though he's picked up those 2 wickets.
They're claiming it, and they've got it. That's a wicket. Very good wicket keeping there. And it's a wicket again. YMPC lose another.
Tell you what, this guy Corey Miller, some way, somehow, finds a way always to break partnerships. He's done it this season, now has 21 wickets, the most in the competition, surpassing Chad Williams. And he has just dominated, and what's even more amazing is that he's never really finished his quota. Only twice in the tournament he's finished his full 4 overs and still has found a way to pick up wickets with great regularity. Jadan Jones, a crucial wicket going for 17. 143 now for 7, sorry.
So we've had Dwayne Smith caught and bowled by Phillips for 47. Raymond Kelman, who is LBW to Jones for 48. Xavier Trotman was bowled by Jones for 1. Kemar Smith, the captain, was caught by Bezoff of Miller for 9. Kemal Smith was caught by Nurse off of Miller for 6. Jones caught by Thomas off of Miller for 7. Ward is still there. He's on 3.
Yeah, sorry, but I still think that's a crucial 17 from Jadan Jones, though, because now it's pushed them a lot closer, and you still have 2 overs remaining. So 12 deliveries, if they can get 12 runs, it takes them well past the 150 mark, which you still think can be competitive on a surface like this, where run scoring hasn't been so easy as the ball has got softer, and we know the spin and the depth of spin that YMPC have in their arsenal as well. Kemar Hart coming back into the attack now after his first 2 overs, but interesting change of ends, both from that northern end to start the innings, now it's switched to the southern end.
Oh, that's a good delivery. He has bowled well this season, Kibar Hart. You look at his first 2 overs, just cost 6 runs. And I was quite surprised that, you're right, I was quite surprised that he, after bowling a maiden, I think he was the only one who bowled a maiden, I was quite surprised that he didn't pursue greater things for the captain.
I think what this game has shown you is that T20 cricket, you're always in the game. You look at that first 10 overs, you would think surely 200 plus is on the board. YMPC have got a set Dwayne Smith, who's then on 44. They were 92 after 10 overs, and since, it's just 52 runs. They've batted for 48 deliveries.
Let me say a special hello to Tino Best, who's watching and enjoying the coverage. Hello to you, Tino.
I think, like Dwayne Smith, the fact that Tino Best has played this tournament and excelled at that age, I think it just shows the quality of those 2 guys.
Bowl him. That was bound to happen. He's bang on target. You miss, I hit, and that's just what's happened.
There has been a capitulation, massive capitulation from YMPC. But Gladiola, let's give them some credit as well. Last week it was 7 wickets for 60 runs. Today, 7 wickets have been taken for 52 runs. So they're even bettering what they did last week. They just find a way to stay in the game, and it's why they've gotten to the final and they remain unbeaten in this tournament. Could they go all the way? They know how to win tournaments of these magnitude, especially in this T20 format. Davis gone first ball, 144 for 7.
So, this has been a true to form situation. I've said it once, I've reiterated it. The par score, Nikhil. Par scores always tell a story. 148 is what I remember telling Harold Eastman at the beginning, that 148 has been always the par score here. And you look at it. We shouldn't get further than that. YMPC would hope that they will get there. They've lost 7 wickets, still got 3 more. But when you look around, who can get that little 20 cameo? Extremely well bowled again. I'm just so proud of how BW Gladiola have fought their way back into the game. We were talking about Tino Best earlier. He played in the game against YMPC. When Pickwick, I think was the only game they lost. They lost by 15 runs. Tino has been bowling really well, really fast. And he's, like you said, he's 41.
Yeah, Pickwick, of course, were involved against Gladiola in the semi-final. And it was a similar situation. Good running, they have to hurry, and they do in the end. That's what you need at this stage. But it was a similar good start from Pickwick batting first. And then Gladiola and their spin in the middle overs just suffocated massively that batting lineup. And they've done it here again today. But just to reflect how strong they've been when they've bowled first in this competition, they've bowled first 4 times and they've kept teams to an average score of 125. A bit more today. But even after that good start, it showed how fast they've recovered.
At the end of over number 19, the score moves on to 147 for 7.
So we've got 1 over left in this first innings. I've always said to you that I wanted to have a competitive game. I want to get a competitive clash.
Dwayne Smith and Kemar Smith, captain and vice captain for YMPC, will have their work cut out for them with the ball in hand, because this Gladiola side have chased majorly in this competition. They've chased efficiently, and you talk about the experience. They were already experienced this season. They added Matthew Jones, and with both bat and ball, he's been special for them. Ashley Nurse missed the semi-final. He's back in today. Interestingly, he only bowled the 1 over, but it just shows the strength of their depth. Someone like a Stefan Griffith was so important for them. He went for 18 runs in his first over.
Hold him. Cross batted shot. And that's not what you want to see. But BW Gladiola again striking when the iron is hot. Another wicket. And just 5 balls left. You're wondering if they're going to get that 150 at all, Nikhil.
Corey Miller again. 4th wicket on the day. We weren't even sure if he would come into the attack. Came into the attack in the 17th over. 16th over correction, and has pulled things back drastically. What a turnaround this has been. YMPC will be really disappointed. After 13 overs, they were 106 for 2. The platform was set 160 minimum, you thought, at that stage.
So the new batsman is Shimar Marshall. Just 5 balls left. Perhaps they will want to avoid being bowled out. Appealing for LBW, but I think that was down the leg side. They should get a leg by.
Interesting that Corey Miller has gone pace on in this over so far. 2 deliveries. Saw him with those cutters, which got him the wickets. A couple of wickets caught in the deep with pace off deliveries. First 2 that we've seen in the over, the Yorker and then that one, were both stop ball, much faster delivery. Rolling to the left-handed now and has deep cover in place.
That's high. Has that gone far enough? Really good effort. But they're going to get 2 runs. How would you rate the fielding that you've seen here today, Nikhil?
I think it's been, by the Gladiola standards, disappointing, but we have to take the outfield into account. It's a tough outfield here at Weymouth. You get those awkward bounces. The drop catch in the first over could have definitely set the tone for them. We could have seen that drop in intensity, but I think arguably it's picked up since that halfway stage, and it's a big reason why they fought their way back into the game.
Oh, there you just talk about the outfield, and that ball actually went into a hole.
First 50, 35 balls.
The first 50, 35 balls. The second 50, 41. And the third, 45. Got to thank our statistician, Harold Eastman. Just got his doctorate in statistics. Congrats to Dr. Eastman at the age of 60. But he's certainly one of the best in the region and possibly the world. Happy to have him here working with us today, Dr. Harold Eastman. Some lusty blows, but they're going to come back for the second. This is good cricket. And they're appealing for a run out as well. Not out, says the umpire. I think what wicketkeeper was saying there was, did he ground or was he just walking through?
Every run's so crucial at this stage. Just think about it. This Gladiola team, they just know how to go about being competitive in these tournaments. The fact that they're still unbeaten, 11 matches, haven't lost as yet. And it's not that they've had their strongest team either for the duration of the tournament. In the semi-final, Ashley Nurse, who's one of their most important players, wasn't even in the squad.
You're right. He was in the USA playing cricket, and that's gone through. Not what you want at this particular stage, Shaquille. Should have just been a single, but you were speaking about the ground, it being a little bit on level, and that has allowed now YMPC to finish, Bayview Hospital YMPC to finish at 157 for 8. BW Gladiola set 158 to win this T20 final.
Yeah, good push in the end. 42 runs coming from the last 5 overs, but that's not what you want to finish the innings, because momentum can play a big part. And it was such a good last over. 6 runs and a wicket had come from it. They just needed to get out of it as quickly as possible, but instead the boundary makes it 10 from the over, and it gets them close to that 160 total. This is where YMPC have been throughout the season. Batting first, they've kept teams, suffocated teams defending totals, and now you have scoreboard pressure in the final. Good start from the openers, but nothing of substance to come from their middle order.
And it tells with the 5 over spells. 37 in the first 5, 55 in the second, 23 for 3. This is where I think it was lost a lot between BW Gladiola and Bayview Hospital YMPC in terms of the dominance. And then the last 5 bringing 42 runs. So it's that 11 to 15 over period, Nikhil, that things really regress significantly for Bayview Hospital YMPC. Congratulations to Corey Miller, 4 for 31. How good was he? Before we talk about Matthew Jones, 2 for 16.
Brilliant, and again, not finishing his full quarter, but still able to make an impact. 4 wickets in the tournament, the leading wicket taker. And it's just, to me, all about the control, because use the dimensions very well, force the batters into the much bigger offside for the right-handers. And again, use that slower ball very well. Great to see the atmosphere, the party-like atmosphere here at the Weymouth ground. And I tell you what, given the way these two teams have played cricket in this tournament, they both fought extremely hard. Hard to pick a win at the halfway stage.
Well, it all depends on how Gladiola can start. If they can start in a very kinetic fashion, I would say it would give them some confidence. You look at their middle order, you don't know how good their middle order has been under pressure, and that is going to tell a lot. 20 overs gone here at Weymouth in Barbados, and it's Bayview Hospital YMPC, 157 for 8 after 20.
Worked for Ashley Nurse, centre of screen, Martin Nurse, left of screen to do. But I tell you what, these guys are so experienced. They look to Matthew Jones, who they've also added this season. And Giovanni Dapisa to give them a quick start, opening the batting. They need to capitalize on the power play. We saw YMPC do it, got to 56 in their first 6 overs. Cracking finals, slated, it could go either way. 157 on the board. Massive crowd in. So Barry, a lot of work for Gladiola to do, because this is a final, but they've chased extremely well in this competition.
So we're going to hear from the president and the marketing manager of the Barbados Cricket Association during the break. Joe Manning is going to be talking to Conde Riley. He's certainly would certainly be very happy with this atmosphere, with the entire tournament. This has been really good for them to get a crowd of 3,500 plus on a Sunday, and being shown throughout the entire region of the world in Flow Sports. It's a fill-up for cricket, and they'll be extremely happy with how that has gone. So we're getting ready to hear from Joe Manning. He's with the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, Conde Riley, and the manager of marketing, Stephen Leslie.
I'm joined now by Conde Riley, the president of the Barbados Cricket Association. Alongside him, Mr. Stephen Leslie, head of marketing at the BCA as well. Gentlemen, a fantastic occasion here at Weymouth for this BCA T20 Cup final. Conde, I'm going to come to you first. How does it feel seeing this type of crowd turn out for what is a local cricket final?
Well, in 2008, the first cup final was held here. And it was a wonderful thing. But let me just say this, right? Kensington Oval is going on. There are repairs going on before India comes here, and the England lady here, and the CPL. So we decided to go back to communities under the leadership of our marketing manager, Stephen Leslie. And what transpired, in my opinion, at Brayton last week, at Carlton yesterday, and today, it makes me feel really good. And I'm thinking that, based on the phone calls I was getting, that we should keep these finals in the communities. Kensington Oval is too big. It's not intimate. But when you come here, yesterday at Carlton, I met some fellas that I played cricket with. Winston Herbert, Leroy Leach, guy used to play for Texaco. And we had a nice interaction. I'm saying that this may be accidental, but I do not think that we should take these finals back to Kensington Oval. Kensington Oval is too large. There's no intimacy. But when you come here and you meet, in my position, I meet fellas I played cricket with, against. I like this atmosphere.
Yeah, it's certainly a fantastic atmosphere. Coming over to you now, Mr. Leslie, just sliding this way here. Now, the efforts of the BCA in terms of the marketing perspective, you can certainly see it. This year is a historic one as well, being on Flow. You have the radio coverage as well. How proud are you in terms of the efforts that the marketing department, especially from the BCA, have done this year?
Overall, it was a strategic decision to be able to highlight and take cricket back to the community. Taking cricket back to the community means that you must have radio where people hear it. It's in their face every day. It's on their ears. And we also want the opportunity to be able to do what we're doing today, to create history by taking it to over 240,000 viewers on Flow TV. It's critical to understand that cricket is in the DNA of individuals within the Caribbean. And the Barbados Cricket Association, I want to commend the board for accepting the proposal that came to their attention. And what is critical for us is be able to get individuals and organizations on board so that we can grow the sport. Cricket is a sport that you can look around the ground here today. You've got a lot of children, you've got women, and once you've got women and children at activity, you're going to have men following. So we are very pleased and we're happy with what we've seen. And once we have a good product on the field, we'll be able to expand and grow global in the future.
Well, gents, a very short interview going on here. So we're at the halfway stage of this match. Let's talk some cricket very quickly. Same question for both of you. Condé, any favourites here in this final?
I am neutral.
I expected no answer there, Stephen. I'm going to pose the same question for you. You've seen the entertaining action that we had in terms of between BW Gladiola and the Bayview Hospital YMPC. Any favourites coming out there?
I believe that Dwayne Smith's team, Bayview Hospital YMPC, have the experience. It's going to be a closely fought game, but if I had to put my money on it, I think that YMPC will come out on tops in this one.
Well, neutral, YMPC, ladies and gentlemen, only time will 12. 20 overs left in this match. Gentlemen, I want to say thanks for joining me and thanks for putting on a fantastic cricketing product here for the final of the Bca T20 Cup at Weymouth.
I want to say to you,
Thanks
for
so much.
being a part of the whole production. Thank you.
An absolute pleasure as always.
Thank you so much, Joe Manning, Condé Riley, and of course Stephen Leslie, Manager of Marketing and Communications at Barbados Cricket Association. With me now is Andrew Mason, of course, our producer. Andrew, you look at this final, the power score I said at the beginning of 148, 157, although YMPC were going at 83 without loss, they will still feel good that they have this on the board.
Yeah, runs on the board, of course, there's no doubt about that, and you're right in your assessment. At one stage with Dwayne Smith going so well along with Raymond Kelman, they had visions of making, I would think, in excess of 180. That didn't happen. And when you look at Dwayne Smith's performance today, in fact, 47 from 44 balls, he was rather measured and he was calculated. And in the end, Gladiola were able to pull things back. And I would think that 157 for 8 on the board, it could be a very interesting chase.
The thing about it is that you look at the fact that these two teams have not really chased a lot. In fact, 193 was the biggest total that was chased so far by Gladiola. YMPC have not done well in chasing big totals, but they have done well in defending 150 plus. Right. So, but that was with Ramon Simmons, who got 4 for 25 in a particular game. He also got 2 for 30 in the last game. He's not here today. So the challenge for YMPC will be today is how they can marshal their bowlers, especially if Dwayne Smith is under pressure early bowling.
Yeah, you talk about Ramon Simmons out of the YMPC side. Of course, someone like a Rivaldo Clark, he batted very well for the Gladiola team in this semi-finals. In fact, he was the important cop in the wheel. He is also training as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Of course, massive crowd gathered there. And hats off to those who organize this association for having the vision to stream the game. And I can tell you the reaction has been very good. What we're going to do, Barry, we're going to pause for a couple of minutes and come back. So the news then from Weymouth, just in the outskirts of the nation's capital, Bayview Hospital YMPC winning the toss and batting 157 for 8 from their 20 overs, and the action will resume in about 10 minutes. Please join us there. And welcome back to the Weymouth grounds for the continuation of this fantastic game so far. BW GLADIOLA up against Bayview Hospital YMPC. The target 158 for victory, and this was after some good cricket by a side that has not lost a game in the competition, who will be looking to chase down 158 for victory. Dwayne Smith, the most important member, will start us off. He's going to run into bowl to the left-handed De Pisa. First ball. Runs already. And it goes to the fielder. They'll get a second. Jamal Smith is with me. Jamal, when Bayview Hospital YMPC batted in front of this very large crowd here, and just before I get you to comment, this is a revelation for me. It reminds me of the old-time days when, you know, Empire and Spartan played in the local derby. Several people would watch the cricket, and this really is a revival. In terms of the performance, first of all, as we do an assessment of the Bayview Hospital YMPC side, at one stage it looked as if they would have gotten much more than 157.
Yes, from the halfway stage, it was underwhelming, Andrew. You have to say that. Standing at 92 without loss at 10, you would have backed the YMPC team to get somewhere in the vicinity of 170 plus. But having said that, GLADIOLA stuck to their straps and they were able to drag the YMPC team back, particularly with the fall of Dwayne Smith. That was the key wicket, as we all knew, and there was a limited rotation of the strike, you will have to say, particularly between Kemal Smith and Kemar Smith. That little period, that little 3-over period where they stuttered, probably cost them another 15 to 20 runs. But nevertheless, Andrew, 157 is on the board, and they have to be made. This is a grand final.
It is indeed, no doubt about that. That's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm a bit surprised that Dwayne Smith opted to bowl from this northern end. We know the wind is blowing from east to west. He usually bowls an outswinger. That would have accompanied him if he had operated from the south, and there's a bit of a grass for his seam as well. Interesting to see if they will open the bowling with Davis, because Davis isn't a swing bowler, which this end will be his natural end. So very interesting to see the tactics. Possibly may open with a spinner.
So it's not the kind of score of 170, or let me say 180, 190 that you've got to go helter-skelter. You can work the ball around.
Yes.
But sometimes scores like 130, 140, 150 can lure you into a false sense of security.
Yeah, especially in the final, Andrew. And there are some chinks in the GLADIOLA armor. Randy Thomas is actually in the squad today for the final, so he's the guy they will probably look to do that rotation, especially if they lose wickets. But there's just an air possibility, particularly if you can pick up 2 or 3 wickets quickly. You can cause a bit of a flutter in the GLADIOLA innings. We see the experienced Martin Nurse. His birthday is today. Big Packard, as we call him. He's 38 years old today.
Another wide, bowled by Dwayne Smith. Yes, and would have represented Barbados as a teenager, in fact. When he first started, many people thought he would have gone on.
Including you, Andrew?
Well, he certainly had the ability, but what do you think went wrong?
You know, there were some issues, fitness issues and discipline issues, if we're being frank, but his talent, especially coming through his teenage years and early 20s, it could not be questioned. He was a pretty good opening batter. He was also very keen on the short ball, Andrew. I can't ever recall him being bumped out. I remember one particular year Patterson Thompson was operating to him. He was only 17 years old. Patterson Thompson was in his prime. And I saw this guy, Martin Nurse, hook Patterson Thompson twice and then give him a Pete Sampras slap over the point region. It was something to behold. Actually, that year, I think he scored 300s in the competition and went straight into the Barbados team to accompany Phil Wallace at the top.
Well, that might have just tipped the pad, as they say. Big appeal for a catch at the wicket. The first over gone. GLADIOLA, they're 5 without loss.
Yeah, well, I told you Andrew was also interested in what type of roller Ashley Nurse would have used. It would have given me an idea of his impressions of the wicket. He went for the lighter roller, suggested that he's satisfied with the pace in the pitch and how the pitch is playing, and didn't want to change much. I, in particular, just picked up, as I told you, a hint of variable bounce from that northern end that Dwayne Smith had just operated from. And perhaps if we can get deeper into the game and see the variations from the seamers or the spinners, we may just see one or two deliveries keeping low and holding just a bit. But as I said, Andrew, it looks like they will open with spin, as I suspected, because I would have backed Davis to operate from the northern end, but Dwayne Smith possibly opting to go as first option and probably look to bring Davis through the middle. That looks like Jordan Jones as well. That would be an operation from the southern end.
So JJ starts the attack from the southern end, as you said. Let me remind all of our viewers that the magic number is 158. 157 for 8 made by Bayview Hospital YMPC. So we start over number 2, Shamara De Pisa, left-handed player with some ability. Opening the batting with former Barbados cricketer Martin Nurse.
2 half centuries, 7 and 51. 2 half centuries.
Chance for catch. Catch taken. Not the best delivery, but it produces a wicket.
Andrew, it says not the best delivery, but let's remember that that is the end where there's the most live grass, and possibly that delivery just got on to Young De Pisa a bit quicker than he expected. It certainly bounced a bit. He was unable to swivel as he would like to get it behind square. That was a pretty good catch taken. Who was the fielder, Andrew? Not picked up who that was, but nevertheless a good tumbling catch away to the left. So, wicket to the credit of YMPC. They've started brightly, Andrew, and as I said, if YMPC can get 2 or 3 wickets in this power play, they most certainly can put the Gladiola team under pressure and get the likes of Ashley Nurse and Jones, Matthew Jones, in as early as possible and try to push them back. But wicket falls, 5 for 1.
So Davis was the man who took the catch, and an early wicket for Bayview Hospital YMPC, defending a smallish total. Interested in terms of T20 cricket, because at one stage the par score was 150, but nowadays teams are making 200 and losing. Same thing with ODI cricket as well. Remember the days when
225 was a good
225 was a good score. Nowadays teams chase down 300 easily.
Yeah, easily.
Don't
But
they?
all to do with conditions too, Andrew. This Weymouth ground is a pretty big ground. Let's not be delusional at all. It will take some batting to get up to that 157.
So Javonte De Pisa is the new batsman. Javonte De Pisa, former West Indies under-19 cricketer, in fact was the vice captain. And in the semi-finals against Pickwick, batted pretty well. But he comes out with his sides losing a wicket very early indeed. And he elects to go on the back foot to a pretty good delivery. That was pretty quick by Jaden Jones.
That grass, Andrew, I'm just wondering if his deliveries are kissing on that grass. That region where De Pisa is standing right now, there's a lot of live grass in that area. Delivery is just rushing on a bit with that new ball. Laka still very much on that ball.
Oh! Well. Not a good start by Javonte De Pisa. Jaden Jones, you've seen him bowl. Is he an underrated bowler?
He just gets through his overs quickly. He tries to be defensive. Would put the pressure. Yeah, Jordan Jones would put the pressure on the batter. He can bowl some good lengths.
Well, he started very well here. Jordan Jones has been tight. In fact, he hasn't conceded a run as yet. And we want to finish his first over strongly here, I would suggest.
Yeah, most certainly, Andrew, as I said, that area where De Pisa is gardening, he just got that delivery landing around that 5-meter mark, just rushing him just a bit.
That seemed an optimistic shout. So just one ball left in his over. That will complete the second. So it's been a pretty decent start, defending a score of 157. Not able to pierce the offside field. Heavily packed. Good tight first over. In fact, it was maiden over. And at the end of 2 overs, BW Gladiola, they're 5 for 1.
Yeah, and Andrew, if you remember, the second over in the previous innings was a maiden over. It was hard to Dwayne Smith. On this occasion, it was Jadon Jones, first of all, to Shamario De Pisa, and then now Giovante De Pisa. You notice, Andrew, that cut was played by De Pisa, and the point had to run away to his left to stop that delivery. Suggested that the angle's probably just not that right. That point really should just be a bit square to his left, and the man should be a little more to that third man side. Just because, Andrew, the ball is skidding off, there's a bit of pace in the off the deliveries of Jones. You want to protect those square areas.
So Dwayne Smith to continue. Big appeal for leg before. Smith thought he had his man. Umpire Kareem Tate, the 34-year-old umpire. School teacher in Barbados.
Brantley Adams.
Teaches at the Grantley Adams Secondary School. School that has produced young Kevin Wickham.
One of your favorite players, Andrew.
Yep.
Scored a century a few days ago, I think, in one of those games in Antigua. He looks a picture when he drives the ball, that boy Kevin Wickham. Very, very good player. Reminds me of the old-time batters, really a languid disposition in terms of his stroke play. You know, very, very easy on the eye he is, man.
Yeah, the old-time West Indian batsman, yeah. Is the type that will make you leave your rice and peas Sunday to come and watch him bat. He's sweet. Sweeter than Julie Mangoes around in Barbados. Now, runs. Poor fielding by the backward point position.
Not necessarily poor feeling, Andrew. The angles, remember, we've been educating you about this over the last couple of weeks. At that point, it's always too dead square. A pitch that hasn't a bit of pace and bouncy, really, that should be a bit square. That should have been basically trickling into his midriff. He should not have had to move away to his left. These angles just defeating YMPC at the moment. Good delivery, nevertheless, from Dwayne Smith.
But he started well, Dwayne Smith, very experienced. And BW Gladiola, very circumspect at the start here. This could turn out to be a pretty good final.
Yes, Andrew, this is the type of total. You don't go gung-ho, you go gung-ho at 180 plus. Or 150 you try to be measured, and sometimes you could just get in a bit of a trap. And that illusion of pressure then comes up, particularly if you don't get off to a good start in the first 6. Particularly if the YMPC team can get another wicket or two here. Gladiola will feel that they're just under a bit of pressure.
It's gone, caught behind. And Dwayne Smith, with all of his experience, producing a good delivery to De Pisa. And he goes back to the pavilion. And this is the perfect start for Bayview Hospital YMPC. It's now 8 for 2.
Yeah, good sharp catch there from the keeper just away to his right. Dwayne Smith, he's known to do this. He does this with the new ball in local cricket all the time. He will nick you off. Giovante De Pisa really advancing down the wicket. We have to question his tactics there. Unable really to make the contact he was looking for. A good length delivery, good pace through to the keeper, and Giovante De Pisa, he has to depart. Andrew, remember what I told you. The key for YMPC is to take wickets at regular intervals, particularly in this power play. You get 2 wickets, you get 3 wickets. All of a sudden, the chinks in the Gladiola armour start to show, and certainly with the 2 De Pisas back in the hut now, as we see the experienced Randy Thomas going to the crease, he will have a lot of work to do to repair this damage, because Ashley Nurse and Matthew Jones in particular will not want to be out there in the first 6 to 8 overs. They want to see the game, as it were. But certainly, Bayview Hospital YMPC on the charge. Gladiola 8-4-2.
You're right in your assessment there. And that pressure building on De Pisa. In fact, he just made 1, but he consumed as many as 7 balls. And, you know, you get that itch. You're looking for success, and then you end up being a failure. And he really was a victim of his own indiscretion, one would suggest. He's gone. And it puts the batting team, BW Gladiola, under tremendous pressure. Now, Randy Thomas is a no batsman. He's the keeper. Man that was highly thought of before. Here's Smith, looking for more success. Well, it goes through the fielder, and they'll get a single. So he's off the mark immediately.
Yeah, Andrew, it's a bit bumpy out there. Just a bit bumpy out there. But Dwayne Smith opting to go for those 2 slips. He had 1 slip for the piece. He's now got in 2 slips. They're on the attack. Bayview Hospital, YMPC smelling some blood. Dwayne Smith looking to get Randy Thomas back in the hut as well. And I believe that's good tactics, Andrew. Those 2 slips, just looking for that wicket. Get another wicket in the power play. Push Gladiola back.
Well, they've done that expertly so far. They've gotten 2, looking for more. Smith has been spot on with his bowling and certainly keeping things very quiet indeed. Finishes his 2nd. So 3 gone now, and BW Gladiola under some pressure. This game being watched by a very big crowd here. They're 9 for 2.
Yes, Andrew. As we said, early wickets will create pressure. That 157 is just enough to create that illusion of pressure, particularly in the finals. The batters not wanting to go after the bowling, and probably, as you said, falling victims to their own indiscretions in the end. You have to say, Andrew, 2 pretty soft dismissals. First of all, it was a short delivery from Jordan Jones that dismissed Shamara DePisa, and then Giovanni DePisa advancing to a good length delivery. And offering up his wicket. So that scoreboard pressure, that pressure of the finals, that pressure of the crowd possibly coming into play here, but certainly YMPC are aiming for a good fight.
So here's Jones to continue. That's what pressure does for you. You lose a couple of wickets, you become ultra cautious. And then all of a sudden that run rate becomes a problem.
Tell you what, Andrew, this could be an interesting partnership here. These are 2 of the elder stalwarts in this team, 2 guys with a lot of runs in Barbados local cricket, and they know how to go about their business. The question is if they have the gas in the legs. Might be a bit tiring, especially Randy Thomas, wicket keeping, and Martin Nurse out in the field. So those big lusty blows, will we see them, or will we see the rotation of the strike?
Well, that's the big one. He's a very strong man indeed, Martin Nurse. We've seen so much of this kind of batting in local cricket. That's gone over the top of mid-off, right down to wide long off for 4. Well played indeed.
Yeah, and again, question, Andrew. Well, the field now changes as it rightly should. He had in a long on and a deep mid wicket. He would have been suggesting that he would have had to attack the stumps, but he was outside the off stump and offered Martin Nurse a high percentage stroke over the long off region. As you see now, he makes that correction. He now has a deep mid wicket and the long off, so a bit of protection on both sides. Martin Nurse now will have to be a bit more wary of that lofty stroke.
Well, he's going for another big one. This time he doesn't connect. So good move by the captain to push the mid-off back to long off. He's also got the wicket right in the boundary. Those are the 2 fielders out. That's a poor delivery. And put away. Down behind square. Nice, juicy full toss. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, a full fast delivery. Martin Nurse using his experience, possibly looking to dink that delivery. But after he saw that it was very, very full, he just had to make a good connection behind square. And Martin Nurse, at this point, using his experience, being able to get 2 good boundaries off of Jordan Jones.
Very wayward in this over so far. And that's what happens when you concede boundaries. Then the batsman is free to just work the ball around and pick up the single. Batting with a lot of intelligence there. It's been a pretty good over, an over in which 2 boundaries were struck. We've now completed 4 overs, and BW Gladiola, they're 19 for 2.
Yes, Andrew, Martin Nurse playing 2 good strokes in that over and just getting the better of Jordan Jones. Jordan Jones are not necessarily a frontline bowler by any stretch of the imagination, just someone that be able to utilize the new ball and get a few deliveries in, and he's done that successfully so far. He's been able to pick up a wicket. Interesting to see if there'll be a bowling change here. No, it looks like it will be a bowling change. It looks like it may be the left hand spin of Marshall, and this could be an interesting prospect. He's gone relatively well for the season, particularly coming up to Martin Nurse with just 2 overs left in the power play. Martin Nurse will be looking if anything loose to put away, Andrew, because we wouldn't imagine that he'll be rotating the strike from the 6th over all the way to the 15th. Certainly not at that size and at his age. So he'll be looking to get on with business inside his power play.
In terms of comparisons, when YMPC batted, at the end of 4, they were 30 without loss. And BW Gladiola did 19 for 2. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting indeed. 2 wickets to the credit of YMPC. 2 wickets to the detriment of Gladiola. So YMPC, they are slightly ahead of us at this stage, Andrew, in terms of how the game can pivot from here. But certainly if they can pick up another wicket in the power play, particularly Martin Nurse, they'll do themselves some justice.
So Shamar Marshall is the new bowler and starts with the ball given lots of air and driven. That's gone for 4. Well played, 2 extra cover.
Beautiful stroke here, Andrew. We were able to see the angle. We were just away to the right here. It split the cover and the extra cover. It was a wonderful stroke indeed. Martin Nurse not even bothering to move, freeing his arms. Shamar Marshall guilty of being a bit too full. Martin Nurse getting into stride. This could be a dangerous period here for the YMPC teams. Still a couple deliveries left in the power play.
So the first ball is struck through that cover area for a 4. The second was much better from Shamar Marshall. Goes for another big one. And he's been given. He's been given. Stumped. Well. What did Martin Nurse do there? Given by the umpire stump. Keeper whipping the bails off. And Martin Nurse's dismissal will shock him. More trouble. It's 23 for 3.
Big wicket there. Big wicket there. Very big wicket. Good awareness from the young wicketkeeper as well to effect that stumping. 23 for 3. Andrew, 23 for 3. YMPC with their noses out front thus far. Still a lot of cricket to play. Ashley Nurse still in the hut. And Matthew Jones and company, but 3 wickets down inside the power play, Andrew. Gladiola are under pressure.
They are indeed under tremendous pressure here. And we were making the point that the man you can see on the screen looking pretty heavy indeed. I would suggest over 250 pounds or more. Has always been a big man, an important cog in their wheel. And that's a big snapper to catch. Big trouble now for the Gladiola side. I suppose at this stage one would suggest that YMPC are gladiators and they're playing of course against Gladiola. So 23 for 3 and this represents a pretty difficult position for them. There's no Rivaldo Clark, the exciting player. He's gone to Antigua to prepare in terms of training for the West Indies at the junior level, and he was so important for them in the semi-finals. And just get the feeling that when you look at the scorecard, the BW Gladiola batting looks a bit short to me. Of course, there's Ashley Nurse to come. The missing Rivaldo Clark, big time. Of course, Matthew Jones can give it a clout and Corey Miller. But the dismissal of Martin Nurse is huge.
Yes, most certainly, Andrew. As we said, if they can get that extra wicket in the power play, they've gotten 3 to their credit. Certainly have dealt a telling blow to the Gladiola team. How telling, left to be seen.
So new batsman is Kemar Hart, and there's an appeal for leg before. The umpire says no, and the field and team can't believe it. Wow.
Raucous appeals there. I tell you what, Andrew, Shamar Marshall, he doesn't do much spinning of the ball, particularly in the first 6. He usually arms the ball. The question there would be if Hart was struck outside of the off stump. I don't think we have the benefit of the replay, unfortunately, to be able to judge that one from the commentary box, but that looked very close indeed.
Must be a lucky man, should buy some lotto tickets. Wide is called by umpire Kareem Tate, is 34. In fact, I've got his birthday for you. December 28th, 1988. School teacher. Had to make a big one, big call just now. And he said, no.
Some raucous appeals by YMPC. They'll feel a bit aggrieved. Remember, he gave a similar decision of Raymond Kelman to Matthew Jones. Very, very similar in terms of the mode of dismissal. They're probably wondering what they've done wrong on this occasion. Bca T standing very resolute in his decision.
So stranglehold here for the side that is defending a decent score. It's not a big score. It's one of those scores that sometimes you don't know how to approach. It's not 120 or 200. It's 157. It's in the middle. But they've been very good. Smith's two overs costing just 8. Respectable wicket. Jones has been good. His 2 costing 10. And Shamar Marshall, his over cost 6, but he picked up a wicket. And in terms of comparison, as we are about to make a change in commentators, at the end of 5 overs, the Bayview Hospital YMPC were 37 without loss. Now let's do the comparison in terms of Gladiola. They're 25 for 3. And Nikhil, who joins me, he's going to be joined by Barry Wilkinson in a minute. That represents a pretty good situation for the Gladiola side. Hello to you.
Hello, Andrew, and yeah, great start for YMPC. Unlike Gladiola, who started with a bit less intensity in the field, YMPC have been right on the boil. They've known exactly what they need to do in terms of controlling the first 6 overs. Knowing the importance in T20 cricket, 80% of the time you win the power play, you go on to win the match. But the key thing for Gladiola will be what's to come. Still Ashley Nurse and Matthew Jones, 2 of the most experienced T20 cricketers in this country. And with them in the hut, you always have a chance of winning this game, especially if these 2 can bat together for the next 5 overs and still go at a reasonable rate. Remember, because of the good work they did with the ball in hand, the target is 158. It's going to be Davis into the attack for the first time. Hello, Barry.
Hello to Nikhil. That's in the air, chance for a catch. Catch dropped. Well, he had it for a little while, and then all of a sudden it was out of his hands. So that's Gaston Brown who put that down. I think he was a little bit too lazy there, Nikhil, in getting off the mark in terms of recognizing he had an opportunity to take that catch.
I think it was Shamar Prasad.
That's Shamar Prasad, correction. Going as the keeper.
What YMPC have done well, they've learned from Gladiola and their second half of that T20 for first T20 innings. They've started in the pitch. And even though the surface has played reasonably well, it's just seemed as the ball has got a bit older, it's become tougher to hit boundaries. On the flip side of things, Gladiola started very full, and Dwayne Smith and Kelman drove them a lot down the ground and through extra cover. In these first 2 deliveries, that's a wide. Davis has not given them anything fuller than that 7-meter length, and I think that's where he needs to operate. Think about the start that they've had in this power play. They just need to close it out well. A 6-run over will be exactly what the captain will require from Davis, who's come in at different times in this tournament, didn't play in the quarterfinal. Has a job to do today with his medium pace.
It's a good shot, but there's a misfield there as well, allowing for the run. Should have been none in the end, it's 1.
Someone like a Matthew Jones has batted between 3 and 5 this season for Gladiola, but on a day like today, you may be better off saving your experience for a bit later on.
That one is hit pretty well. Hasn't gone far though, wouldn't get to the boundary.
Yeah, I'm surprised they've only taken 1. 1 run is all that Kemar Hart wanted. Just jogged the single. I wonder if he thought he was going for 4. But surely, already being well below the asking rate, need to run well between the wickets. It was a massive factor in the Smith-Kelman opening stand of 92. They ran extremely hard between the wickets, which made things a lot easier for them.
That should be a wide, it is. Down the leg side.
Still even with the wide. 5 from the over. Still a good one from Davis. 2 deliveries to go. But what a start this has been. YMPC were flying with the bat. 37 after the first 5. Hadn't lost the wicket. Again, into the pitch from Davis. That would be key. Nothing full. They're well-drilled side, this YMPC bowling lineup. Mentioned Kemar Smith and his want to defend totals in this tournament. Now 7 times they batted first, and they've only got an average of 150 like they have today, but their bowling attack with Kemar Smith and Dwayne Smith has done so well to keep things tight and really put pressure on you as a batting unit.
So we've got the over coming to an end. 31 for 3 after 6. And remember me telling you, Nikhil, that I wasn't worried at all about the situation of 157 because runs on the board are runs on the board. Comparison was 61 without loss at the end of their power play when YMPC batted.
I think GLADIOLA will know though not to panic because they would have seen YMPC get off to a flyer and then lose their way in the back end. And sort of the reverse has happened today where GLADIOLA have started a bit shaky. But of course they know with those 2 names to come. Ashley Nurse, Matthew Jones, both have been in the runs this season. Corey Miller can contribute as well. And of course Ryan Nurse. So not all lost just yet for this GLADIOLA side.
Very, very wide. There at the off stump. He's got to bowl it a bit closer. He's lucky that that wasn't called a wide, I think.
Yeah, both teams are missing 2 very important players.
So appeal for LBW. He will be advised to play straight. Not quite sure what that shot was all about.
Both teams missing some very important personnel. Ramon Simmons from the YMPC side, who's been great with his all-round influence. And Rivaldo Clark, who's been the leading run scorer for this GLADIOLA side. It's 250s this season. Both are with the West Indies Academy, and Clark especially has been the heart and soul of this batting lineup. So it's been a big adjustment not having him in the top order. 269 runs in the 10 innings, averaging a touch under 45. That was the shot he tried at previous delivery, this time well executed. Looking to exploit that massive gap between fine leg. They don't have a feed at short fine leg. They've patted the offside. So good thinking from Thomas it is.
That stumping of Martin Nurse, I think, could come back to really haunt BW GLADIOLA, because if he was still there, you know for sure that they would score.
Slip has gone in for Kemar Hart.
That one played down to 3rd man. They could come back for the 2nd, they should. Harley was making the point to me that Matthew Jones and Ashley Nurse have scored important runs in the power play, in the tournament, correction. And when you look at it, they still to come, so anything is possible.
Yeah, anytime you lose 3 wickets though in the first 6 overs, you're always under pressure as a batting unit, especially with this bit of inexperience in their top order. But good running to end the over.
Matthew Jones, 219 runs. Ashley Nurse, 174. So I guess you can say for GLADIOLA the best is still yet to come. 37 for 3, needing 158.
Yeah, Nurse has averaged 35 in this competition, and he's had it at a really good strike rate as well. And he's only batted in 7 innings for that 174 runs. He is a match winner still to come. So Dwayne Smith and Kemar Smith will be very cognizant that the job is far from finished. But again, how big of a loss will the absence of someone like a Ramon Simmons, the left-arm seamer who's been a strike bowler for this YMPC side, was player of the match in the quarterfinal. Wonder how big of a part that will play, especially as deep as this game goes, because he's bowled some critical overs for them in the last 5 overs.
So they need 121 more runs from 7 to 8 balls. Looks to me like there's some kind of problem out there. Not quite sure what's the issue. Yeah, so you're not missing any cricket. There seems to be a player who needs some attention. I'm not quite sure what it is. Your thoughts so far on this final in terms of the quality of the final, Nikhil?
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see the support that have come out. You can see on your screen, packed house here at Weymouth. I think it just shows the attention that this T20 tournament, which continues to grow from strength to strength every year, continues to increase in popularity. Look at what's happened so far. Nurse, the only man in double figures, and it's been a well-controlled start from YMPC in terms of just keeping the pressure on. They've underscored the importance of stringing dot balls together, and once they've done that in the first 6 overs, I think it's just put pressure on this Gladiola side. 3 bowlers in the YMPC side already in the wickets. I think those 2 from Dwayne Smith, only gone for 4, will be crucial a bit later on.
So we want to apologise to all of our viewers on Flow Sports. Apparently the audio had been gone for a couple of overs, but that problem has been rectified internally, and we're happy to have the audio back. We haven't missed any cricket, thankfully, or we haven't missed a lot, I should say. A player needed some medical attention, he has received it. So we're about to have a resumption now. 37 for 3. Randy Thomas on 7, Hart is on 6. Really good conditions, fantastic atmosphere here in Weymouth Police Sports Club. And we're going to have the resumption. About to start the 8th over. And it's going to be Damien Davis. That's got a long way towards the boundary, but it wouldn't get there. Just 1 run.
Haven't seen the captain, Kemar Smith, come on as yet into the attack. His spin will be a handful on a surface like this. And again, using the dimension of the field will be so important. Gladiola did it well. Phillips used the square boundaries very well, forced him to hit into that bigger region, and completely took the drive away. That'll be critical for YMPC and their spinners as well. Shamar Marshall has bowled excellently to start this innings.
Just 1, down to long on.
Yeah, I know they chased last week in the semi-final, but I look back to that quarter-final against Windward for this YMPC side. The way that they held their nerve, things were slipping away. Was an excellent 50 from Najee Bishop, which almost won Windward the game, but keep saying it, experience for Gladiola and experience for YMPC, I think is a big reason why these 2 teams are here in this final.
Off the outside edge, down to the boundary, and gets there. Just a little bit of a slip at the end, and 4 runs. Again, we want to apologize again to all of our Flow viewers who lost the audio. We just want to apologize for that. It's back up and running. Thank you so much for that. Guys doing a fantastic job internally and also at the ground. 4 more runs. Now look, 43 for 3. They're fighting back. They need to fight back of bigger proportions, but at least this is the beginning.
Yeah, we can do all the comparisons we want to that first innings. The fact is that they only have 158 to get. So as long as they keep that asking rate below 10, given the power that they have to come, they'll always feel like they're in this game. Roddy Estwick is an experienced coach, and there's a reason why Matthew Jones, who's batted at 3, 4, and 5 in this tournament, has not come out to bat as yet. He knows the importance of a final and what the pressure can get to in those last 5 to 7 overs.
Oh, he forgot the ball. He forgot the ball. That's important. And they get 2.
You just see how pressure plays a part. All of a sudden, YMPC, who started brilliantly in the first 6 overs, conceded a few extra runs in the field, which Dwayne Smith will want to rectify. End of the 8th over, 45 for 3.
At this particular stage, Bayview Hospital YMPC were 83 without loss. 80 without loss. But they only made 66 runs in their last 10. So it's about being consistent and keep going. That's what it's about. I think one of the problems that we had and why we missed a lot of cricket earlier was that it looks to me like Randy Thomas or Kemar Hart have been having some dehydration issues. It's really hot out there. I mean, I'm in here, we're under the cover, and it's extremely hot. The temperature out there is humid. So Randy Thomas to continue. He's only on 8. It is important that he stays there. Just outside that off-stump line.
I think the seamers from YMPC, Barry, can learn a lot from what Damian Davis has done in his 2 overs. He hasn't picked up the wicket, but he's been a much shorter length than we've seen from some of the other seamers on the Gladiola side of things. Hasn't searched for anything full, even though those are the wicket-taking deliveries, because of the position that they are in this game. Well ahead of things, YMPC, with the 3 wickets that they've taken.
You remember in the YMPC innings, we saw the strategy of picking up these same 1s and 2s when they were not able to get the 4s and the big 6s. And the pressure all of a sudden turned back to BW Gladiola. Could this be happening to YMPC now as well?
Yeah, 24 runs this partnership is now. And even though the run rate is still at 5.5, still believe you don't mind this if you're head coach Roddy Estwick and this Gladiola team. Wide signal. Marshall has been very quick through the air in this innings, but as a taller left arm seamer, I've seen him a couple of times in this tournament try to be a lot slower through the air and get something out of the pitch, look for that extra bit of bounce he can extract at times.
Dropped him on the pad as an LBW appeal, not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, again, something that we saw Giovanni the Pisa struggle with, getting that leg before decision to go their way because of the angle from around the wicket. You trying to use the crease as much as possible, almost touching the popping crease. So with the ball angling in, majority of times it hits the pad, it's more often than not going to miss the leg stump. Just 3 runs from the over so far.
So we've got 9 overs gone, 49 for 3. The fight back continues. We're looking forward to see how this can be a resurgence for BW Gladiola. They've chased down big targets already, 193.
They haven't picked up a wicket, this pair in tandem, in terms of Damian Davis and Shamar Marshall, but the last 4 overs, they've only conceded exactly a run a ball, 24 runs. And when you have an asking rate now touching 10 and over, you don't mind a few overs like that. So Kemar Smith will be very happy before he comes into the attack, which I think is going to be right now. And he can be a handful on a surface like this. He's played some crucial contributions with the bat. He's got 250s this season. But 14 wickets, Harold Eastman tells me, our analyst. That's where he's had the real value. Kemar Smith.
Again, just picking up another single. These runs could be valuable in the end.
'50s come up for Gladiola.
They're going to steal another single there. Should Kemar Smith be plugging that gap, Nikhil?
I think Dwayne Smith in a good position there. You don't mind that if you're YMPC. They need much more than the singles. Haven't hit a boundary for a while now since we saw that misfield down at long on. That was some 2.5 overs ago. So they've now gone 17 deliveries without striking a boundary. See Randy Thomas, you understand what he's doing, but below a run a ball needs to get things moving at some stage.
They might push for 2 here. No, good fielding. Very good fielding.
I do wonder though, Barry, when these two will decide, well look, we have 2 powerhouses to come. We've done our job to get us to the halfway stage. When do they begin to attack?
I think they heard you. That's gone for 4. Really good shot as well. It was pitched up, and I think a bit of lazy running as well, because a better effort could have been made to stop that.
Yeah, Smith was disappointed, but again, he will be disappointed with himself because the bowlers have done so well to stay away from that full length, stay away from those shorter straight boundaries, and instead he's done exactly that. Flighted delivery way too easy for Hart.
That's in the air, chance for catch. No, that's gone. I think it's gone for 6 as well. It is. This is a good period of passages of play there for the BW Gladiola. It's actually 4. The umpire has made a correction. It's actually 4. We're looking back at the replay. 4 runs. So 10 overs gone. After 10 overs, BW Gladiola are 60 for 3, the latest score at Weymouth.
Yeah, second time in quick succession he went full and he paid the price. And 11 runs off that 10th over has meant that they've somewhat got back on track. 98 in the last 10. You can get it to 50 in the last 5. You don't mind that if you're head coach Roddy Eswick and Ashley Nurse, the captain, who's still to come. But an intriguing 60 deliveries to determine the champion of the Bca T20 Cup. This one is far from over. So, bit of a break, and then we'll resume with 10 overs to go in this encounter.
So when you look at that scoreboard, it certainly represents a picture that the batting side wouldn't like, but in recent times they've been able to come back. The equation now, 98 to get from 60 balls, and that rate required is just under 10, with DePisa making 3, Nurst making 14, and Thomas is there working the ball around. So we're just about ready to continue. Randy Thomas is an orthodox batsman. He's faced as many as 23 balls for his 13. Strike rate is under 60. Will get runs with a delicate leg cut. Should get 2 comfortably here. And they do.
As Andrew and Thomas just basically operating in the same vein, looking to set up this game for the likes of Ashley Nurse and Jones. The only real danger here, the only danger is that he needs to keep it ticking over. He doesn't want to leave too much for those two in particular to do, but he's going to blow his business quietly. He understands this is a final. He's absorbing the pressure.
Well, of course, Ashley Nurse is to come and Matthew Jones, 2 big hitters. Shamar Marshall has been good. He's just conceded 18. And this is his last over, so he'll be quite happy with the return so far. Dwayne Smith has got 2. Very good at the top. Just conceding 8 runs. Runs for Randy Thomas. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? Sure does. That's an important boundary for BW Gladiola. They would want these two to stick around for some time. Watch that scoring rate. Don't let it get past 10. And set it up for Ashley Nurse and Martin Jones at the back end.
That's most certainly, you would probably see Randy Thomas is getting a bit more expansive. You know, he's a very experienced campaigner, Andrew. And never mind that strike rate, he's quite aware of what's in the hut and what's going on around him. He's just settling and absorbing that pressure.
He's not the type that would come and belt to making 50 from 20 balls. He's one that will certainly work the ball around. 11 gone now, and it's 67 for 3.
Yeah, and he's been a straight swap really for Rivaldo Clark, who's away on duty with the West Indies Under 23 Academy. And Rivaldo Clark would play in a similar fashion, albeit probably a bit more strokes. But Randy Thomas is coming and he's doing his job. He's doing the job that Gladiola would require of him. That's to keep the innings together, set up the game for the likes of Ashley Nurse and Matthew Jones to come in and finish if they have to. And Kemar Hart, he's going along his business nicely. Had a chance earlier, but nevertheless he's still there on 22 from 14. So Gladiola now inching themselves towards that target.
So Kemar Smith to continue. Just a single. So the rate required is over 10 now. 90 to get from 53 balls. The current rate is just over 6. So they've got to watch that. I don't think Bayview Hospital YMPC will be too bothered by this, with these two at the crease, with Thomas 21 from 29 balls, and certainly when you look at Hart, he's got 23 from 15, but there's a very important man still to come, Ashley Nurse. That's a good shot. That's a big one. Well played indeed by Randy Thomas. You don't see that very often, but that's gone wide or long off. That's gone for 6. Well played.
Yeah, I beg to differ, Andrew. I've seen that quite often from Randy Thomas. That is his area, that over cover to long off region. He plays that shot very, very well. And he's the kind of batter, he understands he can wait for deliveries in his zone. The target is by no means a massive target. He just needs to keep things together, and he will get the ball in his zone. And once he gets the ball in his zone, he will put it away, and he obliged with a beautiful stroke over the long off region.
Well, he'll get away with that, and he'll get more. He'll get 4 more. Well, well, well. So the last 2 balls, some 10 runs scored. Is this the time now that Randy Thomas will want to go in to second gear? He's in a partnership with Hart, 56 from 47 balls. He's been the crease for just over half an hour. It's been a good over so far.
That's his area, Andrew. That is his area. Anything with width and a bit of length on it, he will go towards that offside, mid off that cover region.
Very well bowled indeed. That's the arm ball. So that equation now, 79 from 49, and the rate required is under 10. Very important partnership between these two. As I said, with Ashley Nurse and Matthew Jones to come, Corey Miller can hit it a bit. So we could have a pretty tight final, but at the moment one would think that Bayview Hospital YMPC are in front. But cricket is a funny game. We look for 2. But won't get it. Backward squares quick. So we've come to the end of another over. 12 gone now. It's 80 for 3.
So Andrew, there is the possibility of the leg spin of Mario Miller being introduced at some stage if Kimara Smith so desired. You have to introduce him sooner rather than later, that leg spin of Mario Miller. We haven't seen him for the day, but certainly the score is getting, and the overs are coming down to the point where Mario Miller will have to be introduced, and his spell really would tell you whether or not YMPC will indeed get over the line, because you would think that the Gladiola batters would look to take chances against him or look to get into him, but conversely he can also pick up a wicket or 2 and push the Gladiola team further back.
Well, in fact, when you do the comparison with this very massive crowd here, this is a statement. At the moment, in terms at the end of over number 12, it was 99 for 2 when YMPC were batting, and Gladiola, they're 80 for 3. That's significant. Well, you spoke about him. Mario Miller is into the attack with his leg breaks. Has been a faithful servant for the YMPC club for a long time.
And Andrew, this is the period for me. This is the period. This Mario Miller spell would tell me what the complexion of the game is. If Mario Miller can get into his work and be economical at least, he would give YMPC a great boost. Dwayne Smith will be able to come back and finish with his 2, and so too Davis. So a lot rests on these 2 overs or so that Mario Miller may have to bowl.
That's gone a long way. Long way. That's gone for 6 over my wicket. Hart, with a great deal of heart in his batting, has hit that over my wicket for 6.
Yeah, Andrew, and that's the trade-off, huh? That's the trade-off with the leg spinner, with the attacking spinner to the batters. I actually spoke to Mario Miller this morning, Andrew, and I told him that I reckon he should be bowling from the southern end if he's going to mold his leg breaks, because that ball was licked into the wind. It didn't really have the distance on it, but the wind helped carried it.
He's gone after him again. Has he split the field? No, he hasn't, but look for a second. Just get the feeling now that these 2 batsmen want to go into second gear.
I have to say though, Andrew, I think it's a tactical error. To right-handers at the crease, Mario Miller must operate from the southern end so that those slug sweeps, those pulls will be going towards the fan, as it were, towards the wind side, and possibly we would have seen a wicket off a shot like that. But with the assistance, you know, Kimar Hart would definitely look to exploit the leg side and go after Miller.
Well, that's a swipe. He's gone. Brilliantly stumped. Absolutely brilliant. Gladstone Bowen a little man who plays at the junior level for Barbados, and there are many people who feel he's got a lot of ability, has brought off a stupendous piece of stumping. That is an important wicket. It's 89 for 4.
Yeah, and against the random player, you have to blame Kemar Hart here. He already got 9 runs or so out the over of Mario Miller. He really gifted his wicket away, but let's take nothing away from that beautiful keeping from young Bowen. That was the delivery. It scuttled through. It was a bit low. He had the presence of mind to stay his ground, to stay low. He collected the ball nicely and effected another smart stumping, Andrew. Those are 2 smart stumpings now from the young man, Bowens. He looks a picture behind the stump. He's really been doing a wonderful job. And now YMPC have another wicket to their credit. So, wicket in the bank for YMPC, 89 for 4. The game's still in the balance, Andrew. That run rate of 9 is not by any means too demanding, but another wicket has fallen.
Question for you, Jabal
No
Smith.
problem, sir.
Matthew Jones comes out to bat now. If you were the captain of the Gladiola side, would you have gone for Ashley Nurse?
I think Ashley Nurse is the captain.
I know.
So he should have gone for himself. I actually had this conversation with Kemar Smith as well. I felt Kemar Smith should have batted at 3 based on the position of the game. He sent Chopin instead, soaked at too many overs. And now he's asking Jones to go out there and do a job that maybe he should be doing, rotating the strike and then looking to finish big. So he may leave a bit too much for himself to do, but that's left to be seen. Obviously, he has his tactics, and Matthew Jones has been striking the ball pretty well for the season. So we'll have to see. And again, Matthew Jones, evidence, 219 runs with a strike rate of just about 140 yards. So I guess all is fair. We would have loved to see Ashley Nurse, but Matthew Jones is in instead.
So the question remains, would you have sent, had you been captain?
If it was me, Andrew, if it was me, yes, I would have asked Ashley Nurse to bat. That's how I captain.
All right.
But at the same time, based on what we've seen from Matthew Jones, certainly in terms of his stats for this year, it's not a bad decision by any means.
Well, he's been watched by his father, Ricky Skeet, the former Barbados keeper. He would have been quite excited by the stumping of this young man. Here we go. Here's Miller to Jones. Get off the mark immediately. May even contemplate the second, but he's a big man. And says very early, like a traffic policeman in the streets of Bridgetown, hold on, my brother, I can't come back for the second. 13 gone, the game is in the melting pot. It's 90 for 4.
Yes, Andrew, it is in the melting pot indeed. Gladiola now have a left-right combination, and again, that could have been a consideration for Ashley Nurse as well with the leg spinner now coming in. Left-right combination probably to mix things up as well and not be predictable from a Gladiola perspective. And with Ashley still in the hut, and Dwayne Smith may not be so inclined to come and get in his 2 overs as well. So, it could be a bit of cat and mouse between the 2 as well. And as I said, based on the work of Matthew Jones this year, 219 runs, striking at about 140 odd, Andrew, you have to say he is really and truly a batter in his side. But the game is in the balance. This is really going to come down to a very tight finish here, Andrew, and I guess it will be a good spectacle for this massive crowd.
Well, the equation 68 more to get from 42 balls. That rate is under 10, so it's manageable. It's going to be Kemar Smith to bowl his 3rd over. We start over number 14 from the southern end of the ground. Tremendous atmosphere at the Weymouth Sports Club. Of course, this is where the police play. Here we go. Jones, a good strike of the ball. Would have last year played for the Carlton club. That's the club of, in fact, was the captain of the club. Now it's gone to Gladiola. Will get 1. Could get a second here, but he won't. He's not a good runner. He's a big, heavy man. And while Thomas was sprinting a quarter way down, looking for the second, again, Jones said, oh no, my brother.
Never get here.
Rightly so, Andrew, rightly so.
Here's Smith to bowl to Thomas.
I love that awareness from Smith just now, though, Andrew. He tracked it all the way back. He knew that once he shadowed that ball that Matthew Jones couldn't get to. And he'd be licking his chops ball at Matthew Jones as well. He doesn't bat off spin particularly well, and that possibly going through Kemar Smith's mind. He's looking to get his man. I tell you what, Andrew, he needs to get him early. He needs to get him early.
Well, he certainly split the field with that. He's a big, strong man, and he gets it through that gap between long on and mid-wicket, splitting the field with surgical precision. That's an important boundary for BW Gladiola.
Yeah, Andrew, I question the trajectory of that delivery. It was fast and flat. You really should try to spin the ball across Jones and force him into a stroke to take on those long fielders. That was meat and drink for Jones.
He's after him again. Now, where's that gone? That's gone miles. Over wide, long on. That's a big, big shot from a big man. And what a way to bring up the 100. Absolutely stunning cricket. Watched by a big crowd. And that was a big hit.
So, Andrew, are you still questioning the introduction of Matthew Jones instead of Ashley Nurse?
I knew that would have come.
It had to come from me. Obviously,
yes.
You know it would come from me, Andrew. He's proven his worth. As we said, his work over the season has proved that. Left-right combination. And Ashley has a pretty good gauge on his local cricket in terms of tactics. He sent his man, he backed his man, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, he's come out and he's done his thing already. But his first 50 was 61 balls, and his second 27. Oh! Well, they're appealing once, they're appealing twice, they're appealing more than the Red Cross Society there. They can't believe the umpire didn't give that. That would have been a massive one. But he survives. 14 gone, 102 for the loss of 4.
Well, Andrew, I'll tell you what, even if the decision is dubious, and obviously we wouldn't know that from way up here, we don't have the benefits of those lovely monitors in international cricket. One thing I like about the umpire Shamar, is that he's always resolute. He always looks very calm and assured in what the decision he's making. And so it makes you hard to question him. You have to say he actually gave a signal saying that it probably brushed the pad. He's probably right. And the appeal wasn't as raucous as one would imagine. But as I said, this is a critical part of the game. This is Mario Miller's second over. This is the over that would tell me the overall complexion again. If Mario Miller can at least be economical, if he can pick up another wicket, it goes well into YMPC's plans. Left to be seen, Andrew, as he will continue from this northern end.
Interested in terms of comparisons, 110 for 2 YMPC. Gladiola, they've now gone to 102 for 4. So it's getting closer. Here's Miller. Chance for a catch. Catch taken. Big wicket. Miller strikes with his leg break. Thomas goes. Another twist to this wonderful battle here in the sunshine of Weymouth.
And this is what leg spin does for you, Andrew. I told you, Mario Miller holds the key to this game. This is his second wicket in just 7 deliveries. The leg spinner is always goal, especially a leg spinner that's on target. Mario Miller getting a bit of spin, it looked like. Again, we don't have the benefit of the monitor. A bit of spin, a bit of bounce. Force Randy Thomas into that stroke. Good catch there at the short third man as well by Kemal Smith. And this is the battle. Mario Miller versus Ashley Nurse. If Mario Miller can pick up Ashley Nurse in this over, my money would be on YMPC. Ashley Nurse has to be careful here. He has to be careful here. He has to allow himself the time and allow Matthew Jones to keep going. As we see it on the monitor, a well-flighted delivery. Very good catch. That's the hallmark of that wicket there. Very good tumbling catch from Kemal Smith, especially at this level. Kudos to the YMPC team. 102 for 5. Now, Andrew, where's your money?
Well, the man on your screen, former West Indies cricketer, was part of a West Indies World Cup squad that won. Ashley Nurse comes out to do battle. He's the captain, and he must be inspired to know that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. 102 for 5. The game is in the melting pot with Ashley Nurse coming out to do battle. This crowd excited here at Weymouth. Well, well, well. Can he get going? Can he pull his side over the line? Will YMPC win for the first time?
Very interesting proposition here, Andrew.
So Ashley Nurse to take his first delivery from Miller. Here we go. Well, lovely first delivery. This is a big wicket. This is a big wicket here.
Snapper, as you would say.
The snapper.
Big
Grey
snapper.
one as well. Grey one as well. I like my grey snapper.
Ashley Nurse has to be careful here, Andrew. I'm telling you, if Ashley Nurse succumbs to Mario Miller, it would blow this game wide open.
I would
blow the
think so
top
as
off
well.
this game. He has to stay tight here. Mario Miller, though, with his tail up, bowling some good deliveries here. Wonderful spectacle.
Well, he's faced two. He hasn't scored as yet. Here's Miller to him again. And he goes for up swipe. He's got to be careful here. There's no need to do that. Don't need to flirt with danger. But he had a big swing at that. That could have gone anywhere.
And as I said, and that's the way Ashley plays. But he has to be careful. Mario Miller is the key to the success based on how the rest of these overs are to be allocated. Do you believe that Jones will take on Mario Miller to this bin side? There's a deep backward square, there's a long on, and there is a deep square leg. I'll argue that that deep backward square, that deep mid wicket, as he's now being adjusted, he was a bit too square at first. He's now going more towards that proverbial cow corner, as we call it. So Jones will just have to be careful here. He's going against the bin.
Very well bowled indeed by Miller. Miller saw him coming, pulled the length down. He had to make the adjustment. Two big men at the crease, looking to strike gold. The coup de grace. Just a single. So what a setup we've got here for the last 5 in that is 104 for 5. The equation 54 to get from 30 balls. The rate required is just over 10. This could go right down to the wire.
So interesting proposition for you, Andrew. Let's listen to this. Vince Smith, he has 2 overs left. Jordan Jones has 2 overs left. Damien Davis has 2 overs left. Mario Miller is into a pretty good spell, 2 for 12 for 2 wickets. Do you give Mario Miller another over, Andrew? Do you give Mario Miller another over and look to prize out that wicket of Jones or Ashley Nurse, or do you go for Davis and Smith and defend and try to defend this target of 54 for 30?
I would go with Miller. I think he can certainly get Ashley Nurse excited. So we got a situation where we're down to the last 5. Nikhil is going to join you along with Barry Wilkinson. So the equation that I said 54 to get from 30, this could go down to the wire. Gentlemen, it's all yours.
Yeah, you're so right, Andrew. This is going to go right down to the wire. Excitement all round.
Barry, 55 runs to get. That's what it comes down to. 53 runs, sorry. Jordan Jones regaining the ball, and no Kemar Smith for his 4th and final, rightfully so. 3 overs went for 36 runs. That could be the crucial factor in this run chase if they win.
Well, we have had no entrance fee here, but I dare suggest if there was, the crowd would have gotten their money's worth, because this has turned out to be a very enthralling final. 52 more from 28. Matthew Jones on 14. That one has gone high. It's gone pretty far as well as 6 more. This could be an exciting climax. My goodness me, that's gone a country mile.
What an addition. What an addition Matthew Jones has been to this team. From Carlton last year, he's hitting out the most 6s for this GLADIOLA side, 2nd most runs, but the best thing you get about him, he's a big match player. Saw him with the ball earlier today, crucial spell, and now being held for this phase of the innings by head coach Roddy Eswick. This is the partnership, Barry, win or lose for GLADIOLA.
You're right. Jones has moved to 20 from 10. And if you look at this season, he's been so successful at this particular stage. That's 4 more. Swatted down the ground. This is an impactful knock.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the plan to him though, because I'm seeing this field 3 deep on the onside and short fine leg. The plan should be bowl as straight as possible to Matthew Jones, but instead, length, well, first full and then length, and you can't do that. It's just too easy for a man with this amount of power.
Jaden Jones has got to rethink everything about his line and length and his delivery right now. And that's a wide, trying to hide it down the outside the line of the off stump, and certainly not coming off on that occasion.
He needs to be careful with that as well. Point is in the circle, deep third in the circle. Any bat on that at the pace that Jaden Jones is bowling with would be another boundary. Much better.
Just one on this occasion, and they don't want to be sloppy at this particular stage. 40 from 25 is extremely gettable. It just shows you how quickly a cricket game can turn. 23 for 3, remember. Even though they've lost those 2 wickets, still got a good game going on.
I think Nurse lost it. He went down the trap. The keeper was busy appealing. Another expensive over though for YMPC. Things going the way of Gladiola.
So 40 from 24, it's going to come down to the wire. And even though we do have lights here at this ground, these lights are not good enough to, I don't think, hold up. So you need to get this going quickly. At this particular stage, you wouldn't believe it, but YMPC were 126 for 5. So they're not that far off. You remember that they were 23 for 3 in terms of YMPC making 23 runs and losing 2 wickets in between the 11th and 15th over. So the game is still very much on par. It can be anyone's game now.
Yeah, the reason that the gap is getting smaller and smaller is because of that capitulation we saw at the end of the innings from YMPC perspective. They lost their 8 wickets, I should say, for just 62 runs. So because of that, means that Gladiola have always been in this game. Think about those 4 overs where Randy Thomas and Kemar Hart got them to the 10 over phase. Just went at 6 runs and over. It was exactly what was required in this situation. It's just so simple in their planning, even without a Rivaldo Clark today. Someone always stepping up for this Gladiola side. Never look bothered because of the experience that they hold. Perfectly set up for them. 40 from the last 4, very gettable.
So it's going to be Mario Miller to continue. Too wide down the leg side. Can't afford that at this particular stage, I'm sorry.
Not easy for a leg spin in this situation. Miller's someone that likes to flick the ball but can't do that because of how powerful and how big of a hitter Matthew Jones is. So he has to be very flat and at the pads.
It's a big slash. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. 4 vital runs, and YMPC are losing it at this stage. What a knock we're seeing here from Matthew Jones.
It wasn't a terrible delivery. You can see what Mario Miller was trying to do. Get Jones to hit down to the ground because the straight boundary is quite sizable from this end, but off the outside edge, both third and point in the circle. Everything going Gladiola's way right now.
.35 from 23, 5 wickets in hand. Got to favour the batting team at this particular stage.
Both these innings have been about 2 phases. First 10 over period has belonged to one team and the other one has come fighting back in the second. Definitely pitched outside.
Desperate shout there for LBW.
Only 60 runs, Barry, in the first 10 overs already. They've scored 58 runs. And we are only into the 17th over. Just shows you how momentum can shift things, how easy things can become if you have that depth that Gladiola possess in their batting lineup.
Oh, that's a loud shout for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Oh, we have seen very few LBW decisions given in this match. The question is, how far was that pitch down leg?
Would love to see that on a replay. Wonder if it hit the front pad Didn't spin as much from Mario Miller. He was extremely excited. You can hear, you can feel it, Barry. The effervescence around the ground, things getting a bit tedious. You can just feel that energy, that buzz. Still is a grand final.
Can't afford those misfields. It puts pressure on the bowler and puts pressure on the team.
Still think in the context of things though, excellent spell from Mario Miller. 17 deliveries he's bowled, 18 runs, 2 wickets. He's bowled 9 crucial dots as well. For a leg spin at this stage of the game, not easy to be this composed, especially if he can close out the over well without a boundary.
That's a big hit again. Wouldn't get to the boundary. Yes, it does. Oh, this is really poor fielding. Really poor fielding from YMPC. If you're going to give them boundaries like that, you can't expect to win.
Well, Shamar Prasad it is down on that demon wicket boundary. The funny thing is, he didn't come in because he was trying to be as safe as possible, not to concede the boundary. So played it safe and still slightly awkward bounce, but still think he would expect to do better. End of 17 overs, 129 for 5.
132 it was for 5 at this particular stage. Again, nothing really separated the two teams.
.29 from the last 3. Yes, you say things favouring Gladiola at this stage, but I still think if you're Kemar Smith, knowing that Dwayne Smith has 2 very important overs, he's only gone for 8 runs. You're still in this game. Given the nature of this batting lineup, you take 1 wicket, you break this partnership, you are right there. You have to stay locked in.
You cannot have asked for a better final. 3 overs left, 29 runs to get. And Dwayne Smith comes back. He's got 1 for 8 from 2. So no doubt if it comes down to that, he will bowl that last over. This is a big over, Nikhil. This is the over that they need to get that run rate down, the required run rate down, and give themselves perhaps, 15, 16 in the last over, last 2 overs.
Smith has got 3 on the onside, which is way, way bigger than the offside. So I expect him to go short at Ashley Nurse, trying to get him off strike. The problem is for him, he's got Matthew Jones who's on 33 at the other end. So no easy way for YMPC.
They might push for 2 here. Oh my goodness me. This is really sloppy. Raymond Kelman on this occasion. Are the nerves getting to YMPC?
The thing is, we've talked about the outfield a lot, but the last couple of misfields have been all YMPC. The outfield hasn't played a big part. That one was in Raymond Kelman's hand, and just another shuffle of the ball and means that they can cut back for 2. If you stop the boundary, you have to keep it to 1. Dwayne Smith is going to deliver the penultimate over, the most important 19th over. Who will they go to from this end?
Perhaps Damien Davis. Oh, that's a loud shout for LBW. Now that says the umpire, he hasn't given anything much today in terms of LBW shouts and verdicts.
How brave is Kemar Jabari Smith? His leg spinners delivered 2 for 22 in 3 overs. Is he brave enough, Barry, to go back to him for his final over? Leg spin in this situation. That is a massive decision that he will have to make in 4 deliveries time.
I was suggesting Davis. Damien Davis.
It's a possibility, but be bold. Go for the leggy.
I don't know. He's got the 2 wickets, yes, but he's not been accurate, has he?
Look at the crowd. They're literally at the boundary edge, waiting to run on, waiting for something to happen.
That's going to go down to the boundary. Yes, it does. It's 4 more. 4 crucial runs. And the equation now is 22 from 15.
Yeah, that isn't great bowling from Dwayne Smith, unfortunately, because fine leg was up in the circle, much smaller side. And even though, yes, he came off the inner half of the bat, too much of a risk. Already 7 runs from the over, still some 3 deliveries to go. This one is slipping out of their hands quickly.
Should just be one. Can have a situation where you perhaps need 10 from the last over, or even a super over. That would be really good, Harold Eastman. I don't know if I can take that excitement here today.
You were at the last one, Barry.
Yeah, the 10,000 US dollars as the prize money. That was well bowled, but not backed up at all in terms of good keeping. Should have been none. Should have been a dot ball. In the end, it was 2. These runs are adding up, and the mistakes are adding up for YMPC.
Yeah, and they can't blame the outfield for these last 10 runs because they've given up at least 10 additional runs in the outfield. Have to be better, and they are experienced. Dwayne Smith and co have been in these situations before. But it shows you the difference between an unbeaten team in Gladiola and YMPC who have had to fight their way through tough positions. Held their nerve a couple of weeks ago.
Appeal again for LBW. Let's wait on the signal. Was that bat? Or was that all pad? It was actually all pad.
And just look at the body language of Ashley Nurse. Just looks so relaxed. He's 6 from 11, yes. Slower than usual, but look at Matthew Jones at the other end. He's done the right thing. He knows if they remain there, they will win this game. 18 to get from the last 2. 140 for 5.
This is this is too much excitement for me, I can tell you that. Who do you pick, Nikhil? Who do you think will win it?
I think at this stage, given the experience, you have to go with Gladiola. But I'm going to say this. 9 and over still. With a wicket, you get a new batter in, couple dots, and all of a sudden things get tight. This is a final. And I asked the question, who will bowl this last over? He's going to the leg spinner, Barry. He's going to Mario Miller. He's being fearless. Three deep on the onside, Barry. Is he brave enough to challenge the paths of Ashley Nurse, hitting with the wind into that onside, into the much smaller side?
No city crowd. Some people getting closer to the crowd.
So Mario Miller, 18 from 12.
That's a good result. Remember, if they keep the boundaries to a minimum, you're happy with that. 6 runs in this over means 13 from the last.
Yeah. Ideally, they would want to at least have 10 in the last. A 6 here would turn the tide for sure.
The left-handed Matthew Jones on strike, so a much different challenge now for Miller. Will probably look to be very straight. He's added an extra fielder in the onside. There is a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and long on. And just deep cover, which is almost in a deep extra cover position. A lot of acreage in the offside, much smaller side as well. Miller has to be precise. Could travel the distance.
That's a firm drive, but straight to the fielder. Just another single. They would not mind these singles. Like you said, 6 singles would not be too bad because they don't want to concede the boundary. That's what they want to protect. They don't want the 4 and definitely not a 6.
I tell you, Miller's a brave man because I know that's a big straight boundary, but the way that Jones has struck the ball today, he's quite brave to go full in that situation. Ashley Nurse is 6 from 11, but he has been over the years the type of player that would hit 2 6s and finish this game right now.
You got that right. And there's one. That's the 6 we were talking about. That ball is gone, perhaps on one of the buses to Greens later on. Or is it going to Gladiola in Rices? That 6 could be telling. 10 from 9 is what is needed.
This team have been spectacularly led by Ashley Nurse over the years. They always find a way to be in these positions. Today, even without Rivaldo Clark, their highest run scorer, were up against it. After losing 3 early wickets inside the power play, they didn't panic. Stuck to their guns, knew they had experience to come, and now they're 10 runs away from being the Bca T20 Cup champions.
Well, I told you that a 6 is not what they would have wanted. That 6 has signaled the pressure is definitely off. And it's indeed back on now to the YMPC team.
And that was the gamble, Barry, that Kemar Smith always was going to deal with. Bringing the leg spin on for this over someone like Damian Davis, as you suggested, always was going to be a massive risk.
So you've got a situation now where the new ball has come on. But this has turned out to be a fairy tale end. Fairy tale ending this has turned out to be. 10 from 9. And who could lose a run-a-ball situation from here with 5 wickets in hand?
They need a miracle. They need Mario Miller to perform a miracle like a bit early on.
And that's 6 more. This has even gone further. Smashing a car in the process. 2 telling 6s. And now Gladiola are 1 strike away from winning the BCA T20. The 50 partnership coming up as well, just for the historic part of the story.
Barry, 2 deliveries ago I told you, this man is the type of man, 6 from 11. 2 6s has gone to 18 from 14. He is that type of player. He's been that type of player for a decade and has taken Gladiola to the brink of yet another tournament.
2020 was the last time they won in the COVID era. And now they're 1 strike away. Mario Miller to Ashley Nurse. That's gone high, hard and handsome. That's the victory. Congratulations to BW Gladiola. The men from Rice's have risen to the occasion here at Weymouth. Enid Blyton could not have written a better fairy tale.
Ashley Nurse, take a bow. Always finds a way for that team from St. Philip to be in the reckoning. Unbeaten this season. Wow. Matthew Jones coming to St. Philip. And look at what it means to them. Absolute scenes in front of a packed crowd. That is a fairy tale type T20 final. The best we could ask for.
3 6s by Ashley Nurse. The man returned from the USA. He missed the semi-final, but he promised that once they made it into the final, he would have been back to lead the men from Rice's into the, not only this wonderful occasion of winners, but lead them to that cup, and he's done just that.
Yeah, let's not forget the contribution of Matthew Jones. 39 from 19 at a time where you felt YMPC were getting back into the game, but Jones played the situation so well and he used that power to perfection. Always kept them in the game, always kept them in the hunt. And you see that. Look at the lower order. Thomas 34, Hart 31, Jones 39, and Ashley Nurse 3 6s and 3 balls to get 24 from 15. Easily getting over the line with 7 balls to spare.
So congratulations to Ashley Nurse, the former Barbados and West Indies off spinner. Perhaps reminding the CPL draft that he's still around.
Yeah, he's some player. We've seen the senior players, former West Indies players like Dwayne Smith, Tino Best, Ashley Nurse shine in this competition.
And you correctly said that the contribution of Matthew Jones cannot be underestimated. But this is the kind of partnership that they wanted, and they got just that.
That would be a special win. Yet another tournament. 2020 they won it. Here they are again 3 years later.
I still feel that the option to bowl Miller was the wrong one. Certainly with Damian Davis 2 overs costing 40 runs, I would have gone back for him to finish it.
I tell you, the way that those 2 guys strike it in the middle, you have to wonder if that would have been enough. But you have to credit not only the batting display. In that first innings, they were absolutely under the but behind the 8 ball, I should say, in the first 10 overs, and since it's been all the Gladiola show. Lost their way a couple of times, but have fought back tremendously well. And look at that crowd. They've traveled far from St. Philip. They know what it means to see victory in a very competitive Bca T20 Cup this year.
Yeah, it was very competitive, exciting from beginning to end. And congratulations to the Barbados Cricket Association and all concerned. I know that Flow Sports has to leave us now because they have another live event that I think might have started. Thanks to all concerned, and we'll be still here on the stream, of course, for the presentation and the Man of the Match award, which is being adjudicated by Hayley Matthews, the West Indies and Barbados women's cricketer.
What a win. What a special win for YMPC. Well, sorry, for Gladiola, but you have to feel for YMPC, Barry, because they've really fought hard in this tournament from some tough situations. That super over against Wildy was unbelievable to get to this final. Came up close, but at the end when it mattered most, misfields, lack of intensity cost them.
Who's your man of the match, Nikhil?
Has to be Matthew Jones. 39 with the bat. A crucial 4 overs as well with ball. He was so important for them today. He's been their player of the tournament, really. Yes, you could talk about Rivaldo Clark, who's been equally important, but Jones with his all-round contribution, hitting the most sixes, second most runs. For me, he's a possible MVP candidate.
So we're going to be joining Joe Manning shortly for the presentation. As there are thousands of people, some waiting for that presentation, some making their way out. Either way, this has been a great game. Really, really good game. Matthew Jones is your pick. Let's wait to see if that's going to materialise. But I think the Barbados Cricket Association, most of all, will be very happy and very proud with how things have finished, with the game of cricket being the real winner.
We'll have the presentation soon, Barry.
Yes, we're going to have the presentation certainly very soon. So we're going to have the presentation ceremony in a minute, and we'll come back to give you that presentation ceremony live as it happens.
Você quer banhar?
Will the team please assemble by the Shabbat, please?
Oh, you don't do it.
You know that the groundsman get help from the other groundsmen around Barbados that will do apprehension.
Domestic T20 competition performed by the Barbados Cricket Association. A wonderful job done by all. I personally will ask you to join me in showing your appreciation in commending the Barbados Cricket Association for a wonderful season of T20 cricket. We will first of all introduce our presentation party, starting from my extreme right, where we have the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Cricket Association, Dr. Roland Topping. To his immediate left is the Secretary of the BCA, Mr. Gregory Nichols. Mr. Pedro Graves, who is the Chairman of the Youth and Women's Committee and also Director. Mr. Calvin Hope, the Vice President of the BCA, and last and certainly by no means least, the President of the Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Conde Ridley. We will ask Mr. Riley to come forward and address you, the audience. Mr. Riley. Good evening. I never thought.
I don't know if my board would agree to go back to Kansas over. This is a wonderful community setting. When I see Seaman with his saxophone, and all these wonderful people, and young children with their bats and balls, we will have to take serious cognizance of what has happened here today. Cars all around, people. A very intimate situation.
Cup final, what it has been. And I look forward to next year. YMPC will be bigger and better. I also want to thank my staff, my cricket operations, ladies and gentlemen, for what they have done. So thank all of you. I know everybody's talking and so on. You may not hear me well. But I am overwhelmed by what has transpired today. So thank all of you for coming out. Once again, thanks to the police organization for facilitating this entire game. I believe it was a wonderful day. Finally, I'm not repeating myself, but commiserations to YMPC and congratulations to GLADIOLA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And you mentioned a special group of people whom I think we should show some appreciation to. The two teams that participated in today's final. BW GLADIOLA and Bayview Hospital YMPC. Thank you very much for a wonderful afternoon's entertainment. Moving on with the ceremony, I'm going to ask Dr. Toppin, Dr. Roland Toppin, the CEO of the BCA, to make the presentation of the medals to the officiating umpires today. The three umpires on show, Messrs. Shamar Boyce and Kareem Tate, and a young lady called Ms. Ayana Holder. Mr. Boyce, Shamar Boyce, Kareem Tate, and the reserve umpire today, Ayana Holder. Well done. Next up, Mr. Nichols is going to make the presentations to another.
So, as we are about to wrap here at the Police Sports Club at Weymouth, congratulations to Barbados Workers Union GLADIOLA, their second title in the last 3 seasons of the Bca T20 Cup, defeating Bayview Hospital YMPC by 5 wickets, 157 for 8. YMPC made with Raymond Kelman 48, his opening partner Dwayne Smith 47.
pleasure having you a part of the team. You did a wonderful job.
It is, of course.
Indeed, Jamal Smith very much a part in the keel as well, Barry Wilkinson. And of course, we've got some young talent coming through in Joel Manning. We all put together to ensure that you heard the broadcast loud and clear from the Weymouth ground. So for the final time, we couldn't go without thanking Mr. Johnson, of course, our technical director, doing an absolutely good job, and Miss Prescott, of course, who did a wonderful job in terms of scoring. For the final time, from Weymouth, where the Gladiola side are winners of the T20 Cup 2023, and Mason say goodbye.
Congratulations for making the final. Thank you, Kimar. So we are going to have Mr. Hope, the Vice President, to make the presentation to the winning team. The gold medals go to the winning BWU Gladiola side with the captain Ashley Nurse Skins leading the way. Matthew Jones, Corey Miller is up next. Dave Lovell Jr., Jaisaria Gibson, Martin Nurse, Shamario De Pisa, birthday boy, they tell me. Happy birthday, sir. Devon Phillips, Lexus. Kyle Franklin. Richard Sampson. Kimar Hart. Another birthday boy, they tell me. So receiving the perfect birthday gift from the Gladiola Club. Giovante De Pisa. Find the call 00. Randy Thomas. Stefan Griffith. Ryan Nurse. Mr. Roderick Estwick, assistant coach. Sanchia Barrow, the scorer statistician. And the mother of the club, the manager, Miss Lana Nurse. Well done. Congratulations, Gladiola. Thank you, Mr. Ho. We have one more item of business to be taken care of. And that is the presentation of the challenge trophy for the champions. Actually, I hope you haven't gone too far, because you've got to come back to receive this trophy from the president, Mr. Riley. Ashley Nurse, please come forward. Ashley Nurse is here. And Mr. Riley, would you please come forward? The trophy presented to the champions 2023 Barbados Cricket Association T20 Cup competition. BWU Gladiola, the captain, Ashley Nurse, receiving the challenge trophy. Well done to Gladiola as we bring an end to our proceedings. Obviously, we want to say thank you to all the persons and agencies who have contributed to this year's competition. And of course, you ladies and gentlemen, for playing your part in making the season a tremendous success. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. Safe travel.
Tremendous scenes here at the Weymouth Club. Look at this. Gladiola, the Gladiators, coming to Weymouth unbeaten and leaving with the trophy. And $10,000 US as well. This represents a show of power play to them against Dwayne Smith's YMPC side, having to chase down 158 for victory. When Captain Nurse came to the crease, the game was in the balance, but in the 19th over, he struck 3 huge sixes to seal the deal, and hence the coup de grace. Congratulations to them. A brilliant crowd turned out today. I would imagine pretty close to 4,000-5,000 people, and in the end, it was a very good display from them to win 160 for 5, and look at that, with Thomas making 34, but Matthew Jones, left-handed batsman, 39 from 19 balls. Ashley Nurse was quiet, went into second gear, and 3 sixes in the 19th over, 24 not out from 15 to ensure victory to his side, chasing 158 for victory. So, Gladiola are the champions. They won it back in 2020, and it's sweet for them in 2023 winning the T20 Cup. We hope you enjoyed our commentaries, our broadcasts, half as much as we enjoyed presenting to you. And from the thousands still here, it's crop over time in Barbados. Andrew Mason for the final time on behalf of the entire team saying goodbye from Weymouth.